Okay, let me start by, okay, on the left side, you would see this is the map of Luzon, and this red polygon, that is the Pampanga River Basin. So you can see the extent of the Pampanga River Basin in the context of the island of Luzon. It has a total catchment area of 10,434 square kilometers, covering these provinces of Central Luzon, as well as some provinces of one province of Region 1 and another province of Region 2. 48% or almost half of the Pampanga River Basin is within the province of Nueva Ecija. Okay, so and only 90% or almost 20% is within Pampanga and Bulacan. Okay, the PRBC has a meandering main channel length of around 240 kilometers and a straight line distance of 122 kilometers. There are two major dams within the river basin. These are in the south, we have Angat Dam in Bulacan, and we have Pantabangan Dam in Nueva Ecija. So here you can see the main river channel as well as the two dams in the Pampanga River Basin. Okay, so how did we start? It all started in July 2005, or almost now 17 years ago, when the Regional Development Council organized a summit on integrated water resources management. And as a result of that summit was the preparation of a study on the integrated water resource management for poverty alleviation and economic development in the Pampanga River Basin. This was done by NWRB with technical assistance from JICA. Towards the end of the study, the RDC created already the Pampanga River Basin Committee. This was during the 13th RDC. It was a special committee of the RDC, and to keep it operational, we received funding through DNR. And also in 2017, we had completed the climate responsive integrated master plan for the Pampanga River Basin. This plan is a long-term plan from 2016 to 2030. And as of 2019, we had the official launching of the climate responsive integrated management plan, the Pampanga River Basin, and had its AVP. Okay. As a special committee of the RDC, it can present all of its recommendations to the RDC. You would know that in the Regional Development Council in Region 3, there are only 4 sectoral committees. Actually, across the country, apat lang talaga yung sectoral committees. But in Region 3, we have these special committees, and one of these special committees is the Pampanga River Basin Committee. As a special committee, it's unmuted. It exercises advisory, guidance, education, and monitoring functions for the river basin's management and development. Actually, we do a quarterly monitoring of not just the inputs, which means the projects, but also the outcomes of the projects that we have. Okay. At present, the chair of the committee is Governor Susan Yap of Tarlac, and I'm the vice chair. And we have the following members: NWRB, the River Basin CO, the MBCO, DNR, EMB, MGB, DILG, DPWH, DA, NIA, OCD, DOE, DOST, PIA, and DBM. Also, of course, the local chief executives of the 7 provinces of Central Luzon, 2 HUCs in Central Luzon, and 2 private sector representatives. We have, under this committee, 3 technical working groups. One is planning, monitoring, and advocacy. For the planning, this is headed by NEDA and co-chaired by DILG. For the monitoring aspect, we have chairperson NWRB and the RBCO as a co-chair. And for advocacy, we have the DNR and co-chaired by the PIA. In all of these technical working groups, we always have representatives from the LGUs, the The provinces are always represented. Okay. The River Basin Control Office of the DNR, through DNR Region 3, as I've said earlier, has given us the grants to operate the committee, such that we can hire a technical staff to focus really on the work, while DNR and NEDA and all the others assist. The DNR is the lead secretariat of the committee. Okay, the financial grants of the PRBC from 2018 to 2022, or from 2018 it was 600,000. It went down a bit last year because I think of the pandemic. It was down to 530,000 and up again in 2022 this year to 580,000. This is for the operations of the PRBC. Let me discuss to you now the climate responsive integrated master plan for the Pampanga River Basin. Okay, we look at the development challenges. In any planning, you look at what are the issues, and we divided or classified these issues into, first, the water resources management issue, the water management and development, wetland management, flood mitigation, and climate adaptation, and lastly, institutional arrangement. So in terms of water resources management, under agriculture, irrigation, and fishery, we noted that the real issues now is water shortage for irrigation and the low irrigation efficiency. Why is this an issue? Because among our goals is to improve the economy within the river basin, have a sustainable growth. Under municipal water supply, sanitation, and sewerage, the main issues are the inadequate and unsafe water supply, the increasing pollution load in the water bodies, and the increasing, on the water-related environmental management, our main issue is the inadequate water quality data generation and management. This shows the importance, like if you don't have the data, it's really difficult to find out where are we now. And the inadequate sewerage, treatment, and sanitation facilities. In terms of watershed management and development, we are focusing on the degradation of the watersheds, the weak reforestation or slow reforestation, the loss in biodiversity, and the poor institutional coordination mechanisms. On wetland management, our concern is the diminishing area of the mangroves. And on flood mitigation, the main issues are the vulnerability of to climate change, such as flooding, land subsidence, typhoon, rain-induced landslides. Our response, rehab, and recovery efforts still have to be strengthened. The adaptive capacity of the PRBC to climate and hydrometeorological hazards still needs to be enhanced. And lastly, on institutional arrangements, we have the lack of authority to implement the Pampanga River Basin Integrated Water and Resources Management Plan, because in the end, the LGUs really have a big say on the implementation aspect. Okay, the overall framework of the plan is anchored still on the Philippine Development Plan, wherein the long-term vision is to have a matatag, maginhawa, at mapanatag na buhay. And the overall goal of the plan for Pampanga River Basins is to be the most economically advanced and resilient river basin with the lowest poverty incident, and I'm talking about the whole nation, fully restored watershed and ecosystems, manage water resources, adequately provided infrastructure facilities, empowered citizens, and development-oriented leaders. Okay, this supports, of course, the plan for the region, which has a goal of to lay down the foundation for inclusive growth, a high trust and resilient society, and a globally competitive knowledge economy. So the sectoral outcomes in both the regional development plan as well as in the master plan for the Pampanga River Basin are to improve water security in terms of water resources, to conserve, protect, and rehabilitate watersheds in terms of water management, to have a sustained and well-managed wetland ecosystems, and to reduce vulnerability and improve adaptive capacity to climate risk and other forms of hazard, And lastly, to capacitate the institutions and empower the stakeholders. So these are the five sectoral outcomes that we are looking into. Okay. Because of that master plan, we have developed how to implement the master plan. You implement it actually through interventions, uh, not just not just through legal means, but also in terms of projects. And in terms of projects, we have 66 water resources management projects, 48 projects for flood mitigation, hazard management, and climate adaptation, and 7 on watershed management. Well, what is this has a total of 815.1.5 billion. In terms of the status of these projects, 13 were already completed, 54 are still ongoing, while 54 are in the pipeline. It means we're still looking for funds. They are ready, but still looking for funds in order to implement them. Okay, let us look at the completed projects. We have completed the Clark International Development Airport project, the flood control works in Porac, Kumain, San Fernando River, Lubao by the DPWH, flood control works along the Abacan River, training works including the Rio Chico River, Tarlac, and Nueva Ecija, strengthening flood forecasting and water warning system in Pampanga River Basin, and the strengthening of the Masantol, Macabebe, Arayat setback. Okay, you would note that why is the Clark International Airport Development Project part of this whole thing? Because still the goal is to have one of the lowest poverty incidents, and the way to address that is to increase our connectivity, not just at the national level, but also internationally. Okay, these are the other completed water projects: Angat water transmission, Bulacan treated water ball supply, the Kaseknan multi-purpose irrigation and power project, the priority small water impounding projects and small diversion dams by TA. For BIFAR, this is the establishment of fish ports and cold storage facilities. And for NIA, this is the Upper Tabuating SRIP. On watershed management, we have the Porac River Watershed Rehab, the Tarlac River Watershed, and O'Donnell Rehab projects. Okay. Now let's get some updates on what's going on in the river basin. When we started, the poverty incidence was, but this is the latest poverty incidence we found out in terms of the regional data. And of course, we cannot really just isolate the Pampanga River Basin because it would require a small area estimate. But as of 2018, the poverty incidence in Central Luzon was 6.95. If we would compare this, since the river basin really occupies a big portion of the region, we would assume that the poverty incidence has also gone down. Our goal of economic growth, we measure this in terms of the gross regional domestic product. And from 2015, the region has been experiencing a steady growth from 6.1% in 2015 to 2016 to a very high growth in 2017, slowing down a bit in 2018 at 6.9%, and again a slowdown in 2019 to 5.9%. But this actually mirrors also the growth of the Philippines. Unfortunately, with the COVID hitting us, the economy contracted by 13.9%, almost 14%, the biggest contraction among all of the regions. To us, I think we were the most badly hit among the regions because of the pandemic. When we look at how well was the river basin able to provide for the needs of agriculture, the cropping intensity has likewise been increasing through the years from 2015 from 118 to 147.42 by 2022. Okay, irrigation coverage has increased from 65% to 69.58%, which is a very slow increase actually. In terms of fishery production, we are very happy in the growth of the gross value added in fisheries. It has tremendously increased, but this increase was basically both by municipal fisheries and aquaculture, not aquaculture. And the volume has increased from, for aquaculture, it has increased from 226 metric tons to 289 metric tons. Okay. In terms of access to water supply, this is the percentage of households with access to water, level 3. And this has again been steadily increasing from 46% in 2016 to already 56% by 2020. Of course, the target is really like 100% of the households should have access to level 3 water supply. Now we look at the quality, not just the volume that we can supply. Unfortunately, it is still the dissolved oxygen levels among the Marilao Meycauayan River continues to be non-compliant with the requirement of for Class C waters in 2020. The BOD, or the biochemical oxygen demand levels, are still generally beyond the maximum required level of 7 milligrams per liter. And this is a very challenging thing for us in monitoring the pollution and to improve the water quality among the Marilao, Meycauayan, Abondo, and the Bukawe River. In terms of the watersheds, we have the plantation established under the National Greening Program has been from 22,822 hectares in 2015. We have been able, I think, to reach already the target. And in terms of the forest area, as proportion of the land area, it's now 44%. And the proportion of the forest land area covered with forest is 57%. The areas planted with mangrove has increased from 121 hectares to 360 hectares. And the coverage of protected areas in relation to marine areas has likewise also been increasing. Okay, we're looking now really at how the LGUs are doing in terms of protecting the watershed. Let's start with DRRCCL. I started from the bottom. How many LGUs now have a DRR, disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation, CLUPs? It's now up to 48% in 2020, but we hope this is going to be real 100%. And the percentage of LGUs with plans, LDRRMPs, is now up to 68%. And the LGUs with completed or updated LCAPs assessment is up at 67%. What are the best practices? Among the best practices, of course, is to be consistent. We have regular meetings. At the very least, we have semestral meetings, means like one per semester at least. But the technical working groups meet more frequently than that. While the committee meets every SEM, the technical working groups are also meeting. We have, of course, focus group discussions for special projects such as last year, we completed a communication plan. We have advocacy programs, and we have participation to water-related activities, such as, of course, this summit. I think what we also have is we have good cooperation among all the members. We openly share our data. Even the GIS data, I mean, some agencies are very reluctant, but GIS data, which is one of the most difficult data to acquire, has been open to the members. We have also practiced goodwill among ourselves. Okay. We started with the vision and then integrated the projects in the Central Luzon RDIP. And we have now the projects. The thing is now to monitor that these projects are being implemented as planned, and that the outcomes, the outputs and the outcomes are being attained. Of course, we go into capacity building and of course partnership and collaboration in order to have the most economically successful and resilient river basin in the country. What are Recently we have formulated the communication plan because we found out no, we just cannot keep on conducting meetings and communicate with it among ourselves, but all of our stakeholders, including the general public, must understand and contribute in the protection of our river basin. So nagkaroon kami ng communication plan. What do you tell the LGUs? What could be their role? Can they do? What can you tell, say, the students? What can you tell the general public, the households? Very parang focus yung ginawa naming communication plan. Because we said it has to go out not just among the committee members, but the general public. So that in a nutshell is the Pampanga River Basin Committee, what it has done, and what it's monitoring and continues to do. And we hope that we were able to share with you, and you were able to learn something from it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gina. It's nice to hear the milestones of the PRBC, as well as the actions and initiatives despite the challenges faced by the Pampanga River Basin. Although there are still a lot of areas to work on, you've shown that consistency is key to achieving the overall goal of improved water security and economic development and resiliency. So thank you very much, Ms. Gina. So just a few reminders to our participants. Please make sure your microphones are on mute so as not to interrupt the presentations of our panelists and presenters. So if you have questions or reactions to the presentation, please send them to us through the chat box, and we will try to address them during the open forum later. So thank you very much. At this point, let me call on our panelists to share their thoughts and reaction to the presentation. So our first panelist is currently a freelance consultant as environment specialist for infrastructure development projects here and abroad. He has been working in Vietnam, Indonesia, Myanmar, and Bangladesh for ADB, JICA, and World Bank funded projects. He was one of the founding members of the Society for the Conservation of Philippine Wetlands, or SCPW, in 1998, and has been a member since then, also serving in different capacities as member of the Board of Trustees, Vice President, and now President of SCPW. So friends, let us welcome Mr. Celestino Ulep. Sir, good morning.
Good
Over to
morning.
you, sir.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
Okay, thank
You may
you.
proceed po. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone.
Good noon to all. Thank you very much, Ms. Fe Banluta, Mr. Virgilio Bombeta, and Dr. Bill. May we request Ms. Rachel Beha to share her response to the ideas given by our panel members. Ms. Rachel, you are muted.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Maraming salamat po. Yeah, maraming salamat po. And we are very happy to note from the sharing of Dr. Bill ng NWRB, ni Ma'am Fen of DILG, and Sir Bear ng LUA that we are complementing each other in assisting the LGUs and water service providers plan for water security and provide assistance to implement the strategies identified through policy reforms and regulations, provide financing and capacity building. Natutuwa po kami doon. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Rachel. Due to the interest of time, we only have room for 2 questions. The first question is, how does the Safe Water Project promote integrity and inclusivity when the river basin is located in the Negros Occidental side, but the headwaters are located in the Negros Oriental side? This question specifically goes to Ms. Rachel.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, in fact, during the water security assessment, the situation analysis, we started with delineating the watersheds of Negros Occidental. There are like about 15 major watersheds identified in Negros Occidental. And yes, some of these watersheds are straddling in the watersheds in the Negros Oriental area. So part of the strategies and interventions identified would be to cooperate with the LGUs that straddle this watershed, sir. And so like actions will become more coherent and integrated.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rachel. This just reminds us of the saying that water does not recognize political boundaries, but we really need to address inclusivity when we talk about water resource management. Thank you very much, Ms. Rachel. There's another question, and this is the last question. This is addressed to for a while. Okay, this question comes from Deborah Lililau, and specifically, she addresses this question to Mr. Virgilio Bombeta. How does LUA develop surface water resources to meet the supply and demand? Are there any specific steps involved for surface water resource development? Sir Virgilio?
Thank you for the question. So, yung approach natin would be more of trying to look into the availability. Well, siguro yung focus kasi rito is maybe because most of the water supply sources for communities are coming from groundwater. So, in question is sabi nga, how about surface water? While we recognize yung surface water, kasi madaling makita yan. But theoretically, if you're going to look at it, the greater volume that is stored is groundwater. Yan. Mas marami yan. So, the development scheme is that, particularly if a water supply provider is just starting, we look for first yung investment that is required. So, ang pinakamura kasi na ma-develop at pinakamabilis na ma-develop would be groundwater. That's one. And then, hindi siya sensitive sa fluctuation. So, and then, mas resilient siya when you talk about climate change. So, ang response kasi diyan is relatively longer. And then the other one is if you are able to prospect good water quality, the quality tends to remain consistent. So the wala cost of operating is very minimal. Ano, dahil kasi hindi siya exposed sa polluting agents. So that's the reason why. Now, does that mean that we don't look into surface water? We do. We do. If the demand, kaya lang, ang investment requirement kasi noon na mas malaki, and then we have to to take into consideration kapag ka upstream user ka, favorable sa'yo. Pero pag downstream user ka, looks like we have to convince NWRB to provide us with enough quantity dahil kasi nga kahit minsan ang experiences kahit meron ka ng water right kapag kahinarangan ng upstream user na ma-deprive ka. And so yun ang mga major concerns. So kung gusto nating mapatakbo ng mabilis yung water supply system, we've got to start with groundwater, and then ultimately we see although there is a notion right now and a move na try to siya we limit utilization of groundwater because of a lot of factors, subsidence for one, and if you're on the coastal area, saltwater intrusion, and since holes from wells are access point for pollutants, there might be contamination that may come in if it is not properly managed. Kaya there is a shift now na we try to consider utilizing surface water, and this would be best as pre-proposed nila Ma'am Rachel. We try to consider bulk supply. So hindi lang single user, but we try to consider when we use surface water, we try to consider contiguous users for that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Virgilio Bombeta. As much as we would like to hear from the other panel members, but due to the interest of time, I'd like to inform everyone that you will be receiving your certificate of appreciation, particularly to our esteemed resource person and the panelists. Thank you very much. And also, at this point in time, you have here the certificates given to Sir Virgilio Bombeta and Ma'am Fe Banluta, as well as Dr. Civilio David. Okay, so this is Robert Ginoo from Silliman University Center for Tropical Conservation Studies. And I now hand over back to Andy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Robert, for moderating the open forum, and also to our resource speaker and panelists, as well as our participants for this session. So let's give everyone a warm round of applause. That's the end of session 5 on integrated and inclusive water security framework. So with that, please enjoy your break and come back at 1:15 p.m. for our session on ecosystem-based adaptation and flood protection in coastal zone by Dr. Klaus Schmidt. Again, thank you and have a happy lunch.
The increasing focus on landscape-seascape approaches in resource management and environmental protection, the role and relevance of multi-stakeholder organizations are growing as well. In 2010, the Cagayan de Oro River Basin Management Council, or CDO-RBMC, was created from the merging of various sectors under the lead of the Archdiocese of Cagayan de Oro City and the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Region 10. A decade now, CDO-RB was struck by Typhoon Sindro. There was massive flooding in the river basin and its delta, which resulted in an overall damage of $104 million across all sectors, with 674 fatalities and about 1,000 people missing. Aimed to protect, preserve, rehabilitate, and manage the natural resources of CDO-RB, the Council has become commonly known in bringing together the community in the post-Sendong operations. With the interconnectedness of these ecosystems, unified efforts among stakeholders are needed to curb the further destruction of forest, and coastal resources and reinforce the resiliency of CDORB. The Council, through the support of its partner stakeholders and various international organizations, has continued to promote landscape seascape initiatives connecting the upland and the downstream communities of CDORB. In 2015, the Council ventured into sustaining green growth by valuing ecosystem services with the support from the International Union for the Conservation of Nature Netherlands, launching the Payments for Ecosystem Services or PES, socially marketed as VEST or Valuing Ecosystem Services Together. A high-risk areas map was produced which identify the areas within CDORB that are highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, making those areas a priority for restoration. In 2019, with intensive lobby and advocacy support of CDORBMC, the City of Cagayan de Oro passed its Payments for Ecosystem Services Ordinance, allocating 200,000 US dollars annually for the restoration activities in the upland and critical watersheds of CDORB. The same support was also given to the rest of the CDORB LGUs, private and business sectors, paving the way for them to venture into landscape investments or policy support, such as ordinances. At present, there are 14 PS initiatives in CDORB identified and supported by the Council. The year 2017 forged a stronger partnership with the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, Tropenbos International, Milieu Defensie, and the Samdana Institute. The Green Livelihood Alliance program of the Netherlands government funded the Sustainable and Healthy Integrated Ecosystems through Lobby and Advocacy or SHIELD project. The project advocates for the rich river reef approach in addressing environmental issues in the landscape seascape of CDORB. Under the SHIELD project, the Council, in partnership with Safer River Lifesaver Foundation, was able to establish 3.5 hectares of riparian buffer forest restoration in the 3 riverine barangays of Cagayan de Oro City. Various knowledge products were also developed under the SHIELD project. Restoration models that are adopted and implemented by local civil society organizations provided examples of green business cases. The project was also able to mobilize the Sustainable Rich River Reef Advocacy and Management Society or STREAMS. STREAMS is a coalition of CSOs within the Cagayan de Oro and Tagulwan River Basins, Agusan Cugman cluster of watersheds, and the Machalor Bay, committed to the conservation, protection, and good governance of the landscape seascapes through lobby and advocacy. At present, STREAMS serves as the lobbying arm of the Council. Another collaborative project is the Reach the Coast Rain to Tap project funded by the Netherlands government through the Sustainable Water Fund. The project aims to tackle flood resilience by improving the water supply infrastructure and integrated water resources management through the establishment of pilot reforestation interventions in the upstream areas of Bukidnon and the development of a decision support tool. The project plays a critical role in bringing in local and international cooperation, public and private partnerships, providing resources, expertise, knowledge, and policy support. With a growing concern over natural resources, dialogues and knowledge sharing are needed to foster information, operation, and synergies on the latest innovations, technology, and approaches to natural resource management and governance. In 2016, in coordination with the Department of Environment and Natural Resources Region 10 and the City Local Government of Cagayan de Oro, the Council hosted the 3rd International River Summit with the theme Healthy Watersheds, Clean Rivers, Safer Communities. The summit enjoins global, national, and local leaders, policy specialists, public and private river managers, the academe, leaders in clean water technology, advocates, and students. 2 years later, the Council handled a breakout thematic session on advancing policy advocacy of CSO and LGO-led initiatives through PS during the 4th International River Summit with the theme Raising Awareness, Commitment, and Resources for the Rivers. The session highlighted the different journey of the river basin-wide PS and the critical elements or factors that hindered or supported the progress on the advancement of the respective policy advocacies. Over the years, the interconnectivity of the three upland municipalities of Talakag, Libona, and Baungon with the downstream community of Cagayan de Oro City has grown stronger. In 2019, the Council, with support from the Forest Foundation Philippines, organized the Rich River Reef Summit. The summit provided the space for the CDORB stakeholders to share and provide inputs on the strategic development plans and issues present in the river basin. The summit also uniquely featured Mindanaoan scientists and specialists with the youth sector as advocates and active leaders in environmental conservation and other social issues. We need to realize that there's no single solution that will crack the complicated environmental challenges that we are facing today. The track to a sustainable future demands numerous small or big ideas on multiple fronts. Today, the Council, together with its 59 member stakeholders, continue to take up space, shed light, and amplify messages by finding power amongst our community members.
Hello? Meg, are you online?
Yes,
You
I'm
can?
online.
Ayun. Ay, ako yun.
Marion, can you hear me?
Yes, that's you. Okay.
And then I'll open my... So, okay ba? Yung ano?
Yes. There.
So, okay na yan, yung boss, yung sound at saka yung ano.
Ay, wait. Dalawa pala yan. Ma'am Neneng? Okay, wait lang ha. Si Miss Meg muna. We'll just do a quick sound check and then I'll call on you.
I can't hear her.
Yeah, wait. Meg, no sound. No sound. Can you try again?
Hello. Ay. Eh,
Ren, asa man ang sound sa ani?
Sa iba nang gagaling. Hello? Mic's off muna. We'll call on your office or your name before you turn on your microphone. Okay, first, Miss Megan Doc. No sound. Meg, try, leave and come back na lang. Okay, thank you. So next is Ma'am Neneng.
Yes, Marion, I'm here.
There.
Can you hear me?
We hear you well, and there.
Thank
We
you.
can see you too. Right. All right. Thank you, Ma'am Neneng. Next, the Tagum office. I think yung two moderators, yun, manggagaling sa Tagum. Hepsi? Tita. Ayun. Okay. Baka sino pa nandun? Tagum na lang.
Hello.
Hello, Meg.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yay!
Finally.
So, ganun pala yun. So, I should just stay here until the end, right? Huwag na akong
Yeah,
aalis.
pwede ka na
Okay.
mag-off ng cam, basta wag ka mag-log out.
Okay, I can just cover my screen like this.
Sure.
All right, so we're
Thank
good.
you. Thank you.
Thanks. See you later.
See ya.
project objective. Clear na yung clear na yung
Yes. May feedback na rin po, Ms. Chris.
What day? We need to plan. Which is tomorrow. Anyway,
Hello.
Hello?
There's na feedback.
Okay po. Ano po? We'll check. Sir, malakas daw feedback, sir. Yung net po yata, sir.
Ha?
Yung net.
tomorrow, meeting tayo. Let's say in the afternoon,
Or maybe you can
mag-allocate na tayo
lesser the volume.
1 hour each.
Test.
Okay, kailan na gawin natin?
Panlapat na lang.
And yung tayo.
Morning, sir.
Then, hapon na lang tayo. Paano tayo? Dalawa sa morning, dalawa sa hapon. Yes, sa hapon ka.
Isa lang man naka-on, no?
Ha?
Isa lang naka-on. No, ano ang naka-on na mic? Ang mic. I-off lang isa.
Hapon ka. Okay, so sa umaga, morning.
By increasing focus on landscape-seascape approaches in resource management and environmental protection, the role and relevance of multi-stakeholder
I-submit ninyo the next day Friday yung comments.
May pendrive na lang laptop, email.
Sabi naman muna, pwede one.
Test.
USB lang.
Test.
Pero kung meron
Mic test. How about this, Ms. Marion?
Tatago sa umaga.
Yan, better daw.
Yung isa, susunod. So, paano? Very sa paano.
Dagan lagi daw sa echo, sir. Okay ra ang kuan ang mic pero ang background ang echo.
But tapos, incorporate ko lang yung sa Friday sa meeting na bigay natin. So, kahit next week yun ay bigay dito kay Pedro.
Yan. Better, walang background pero hindi ka namin naririnig. Still no sound. Nawala. Okay, mag-rejoin na lang kayo. Kasi baka mas makatulong.
Sige po.
Ayun. Ulit, ulit.
How's that po? Okay na po?
Okay naman, medyo lang ma-echo.
Okay po. Pa-echo daw, sir.
Wait na.
Okay, thank you.
Sige ma'am.
Among the 18 major river basins in the Philippines, the Cagayan River Basin is the largest. It has an area of 27,570 square kilometers that runs 520 kilometers long within Regions 2, 3, and the Cordillera Administrative Region. It is bounded by Sierra Madre Mountains to the east, Central Cordillera to the west, Caraballo Mountain Ranges to the south, and the Babuyan Channel to the north. The basin covers a total of 12 provinces and 122 municipalities. The Integrated Cagayan River Basin Management and Development Plan of the Cagayan River Basin was formulated in 2012. It aims to manage the water and related resources of the CRB in an effective, sustainable, and equitable manner. It also intends to implement basin-wide integrated water resource management approaches in regional, local, and related sector frameworks, as well as development programs for sustainable and equitable development. Upon completion, the master plan was endorsed by the National Steering Committee in 2012. It was also in the same year that the master plan was endorsed by the Regional Development Council of Region 2 and by the Regional Development Council of CAR the following year. The Memorandum of Cooperation for the CRDMC was approved by Secretary Ramon Paje in 2015. It was formally signed by the stakeholders during the Regional Development Council meeting on March 16 of the following year. Aside from being a coordinative body, the Council aims to harmonize the activities of all local government units and government agencies irrespective of their mandates. It also aims to harmonize the efforts of the civil society groups to undertake integrated river basin management and integrated water resource management. Through the passage of RA 9729 on Climate Change Act of 2009 and RA 10121 on Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act of 2010, the master plan was climate-proofed by the University of the Philippines. It mainstreamed the impact of climate change perspectives with disaster risk reduction and management issues and measures in the developmental plans to become more resilient and adaptive to climate change. The Council is chaired by the DENR Secretary, co-chaired by the Regional Development Councils of Regions 2, 3, and CAR, and vice-chaired by the Regional Executive Directors of the DENR of the 3 regions. The members of the Council comprised of the regional line agencies of the 3 regions: DENR, DILG, NEDA, DPWH, NIA, DOST, DA, DAR, DSWD, BIFAR, NCIP, OCD, PIA, the provincial and local government units, state universities and colleges, and the private sectors. The CRBMC has 6 thematic areas of concern. These are the water resources management, watershed management, disaster risk reduction and management, wetland, coastal and freshwater resources management, institutional development, and the economic development. The Council continuously conducts executive committee, council, technical working group, and secretariat meetings to monitor and evaluate the programs, projects, activities of the different regional line agencies anchored to the sustainable development, management, and conservation of the Cagayan River Basin. The different line agencies present the updates and accomplishments on their respective PPAs during mid-year and year-end assessments. In 2018, an information, education, and communication campaign for the CRB was undertaken through the presentation of the master plan to the planning and development officers of the provincial and local government units within Region 2. A training on the selection and prioritization of PPAs among the stakeholders were also conducted after the said activity. Other related learning events were also undertaken, such as the Geographic Information System training in support to CRBMC Resolution No. 2 Series of 2018 and Technology Forum on Watershed and Water Resources Management. The first Cagayan River Basin Summit was also held to further promote awareness and consciousness on the master plan. Stakeholders and participants from Regions 2, 3, and CAR visited nearby ecotourism destinations as part of the activity. Recently, the Council was awarded with the Bagani ng Katubigan Award during the celebration of World Water Day. This award was given to CRBMC, which is a river basin organization that recognizes the major role of stakeholders and institutions for effective governance of river basins under the River Basin Control Office.
And the DENR RBCO Pagani ng Katubigan awardee is the Cagayan River Basin Management Council.
Happy World Water Day, everyone. Please allow me to thank the organizing committee of this World Water Day 2021 awards. My gratitude for recognizing the efforts of the Cagayan River Basin Management Council for the past years. This honor is dedicated to all the stakeholders in Cagayan Valley, Central Luzon, and Cordillera Administration who extended their full support and realization and implementation of the Climate Responsive Integrated River Basin Master Plan for Cagayan River Basin. With this Bagani ng Katubigan Award, we assure every Filipino that we will strive hard full support and realization goals toward cleaner and healthier Cagayan River. We value our rivers as we value our lives. Thank you very much.
From 2017 to 2019, a total of 7 resolutions were already approved and adopted by the Council during the co-chairmanship of Governor Juni Ikua, who has shown his utmost support to the Council. This year, the newly designated co-chair of the CRBMC is the Governor of Isabela and RDC Chair of Region 2, Governor Rodolfo T. Albano III. Despite the current pandemic, the CRBMC unceasingly carries on with its unwavering commitment for the betterment of the Cagayan River Basin.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. How are you? Is everyone still around? Can we see a virtual thumbs up from our participants? They're around? Yes. So, okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I hope everyone is doing fine as we still have more to learn about this afternoon. Again, I am Andy Palma from the Foreign Assisted and Special Project Service of the DENR, your moderator for today's sessions. So welcome to the 6th session of the National River Basin Summit. To those who just joined us, this event is brought to you by the DENR's River Basin Control Office, or RBCO, and the Ecosystem-Based Adaptation in River Basins, or the E2RB project of the DENR in partnership with the German Development Cooperation, or GIZ. Just a few reminders to keep discussions in order. Please keep your microphones turned off so as not to interrupt our speakers and moderators. You may, however, use the chat box in Zoom and the mural whiteboard for your comments, messages, and reactions. Thank you. Our
Adaptation
sixth
in river
session
basins
is
or the
divided into
E2RB
two parts.
project.
Our first topic for the session is ecosystem-based adaptation, or EBA, and the second one is on flood protection in coastal zone. All right, now to give the presentation, we have with us the principle-based adaptation in river basins, or the E2RB project. He has more than 30 years experience in Germany, England, Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria, Uganda, Cambodia, Vietnam, and the Philippines in the fields of project management, integrated natural resource management, protected area planning and management, ecosystem-based approaches, biodiversity conservation, change adaptation. He has worked in development cooperation projects implemented by various agencies, including the International Union for Conservation of Nature, or IUCN, Worldwide Fund for Nature, or WWF, German Development Cooperation, and funded by bilateral and multilateral donors such as the German government, World Bank, Global Environment Facility, or GEF, and European Union. Without further ado, let us all welcome Dr. Klaus Schmidt.
Okay, this will require a certain amount of multitasking because I'm trying to present using my mouse. So first of all, good afternoon. Sorry, it's always a bad time to present after lunch, but at least some of the people have already come back from lunch. So I will share from my computer. That makes it easier to control the presentation. So give me a moment, please, for that. PowerPoint show. Okay. So this first presentation will be on ecosystem-based adaptation for flood protection in the coastal zone. It seems that, I don't know, I hope you see the full screen because on the, now it looks better because it looks like a full screen. Okay. The overarching topic of both presentations will be flooding in river basins. And as you can see in the picture, flooding can be fun. That's the same wooden bridge during normal times and during flood. But flooding happens actually from two sides. You have flooding in a river basin coming from the catchment area, which can be addressed through ecosystem-based adaptation. And at the same time, when you address it through ecosystem-based adaptation, you also address the issues of landslides, erosion, and groundwater. which is a topic of this World Water Day, of this summit, because the drivers are the same. And there is flooding from the sea. And again, here we have a situation where when you address this flooding through ecosystem-based adaptation measures, you also address coastal erosion and groundwater issues, because again, these are the same drivers. So let me start with ecosystem-based adaptation. What actually is ecosystem-based adaptation? It is very important to understand that ecosystem-based adaptation is the use of biodiversity and ecosystem services strategy to help people to adapt to the adverse effects of climate change. I paused 2 times because there are 3 elements to this definition. It's about helping people to adapt. It's about the use of biodiversity and ecosystems, and it has to be part of an adaptation strategy. It does link diversity and ecosystem conservation approaches with sustainable socioeconomic development as part of an overall strategy to help people adapt to climate change. It's very important to understand these issues. And what is also very important, it is a people-centric concept that acknowledges that human resilience depends on the integrity of ecosystems. And on the right-hand side, you see the, I have this funny thing here on the screen. You see the 3 elements and also 5 qualifying criteria. And in addition, there are 20 qualifying standards, but I don't want to go further into detail. But I have been talking about biodiversity and climate change. Now, earlier this month, the International Panel on Climate Change has published its latest report on impacts, adaptation, vulnerability. And what is really very interesting is there's something in the most important action is actually safeguarding biodiversity and ecosystems. This black thing is coming back. What is really very interesting is that the climate change people, the IPCC, is really talking now about biodiversity and ecosystems. And in this orange box, you can see one of the main statements from this report. Safeguarding biodiversity and ecosystems is fundamental to climate resilient development in light of the threats climate change poses to them and their role in adaptation and mitigation. This is the first time that the importance of biodiversity and ecosystems has been recognized by the climate change people. And of course, the climate and biodiversity emergencies are not 2 distinct things. There are 2 aspects of one crisis. And when we work in river basins, we must ensure that we are not looking at only one aspect and must be aware that measures designed to address climate change must not lead to further biodiversity loss. In short, there should be no biodiversity trade-offs. The reality, unfortunately, however, is while there is the recognition in both the scientific and policy-making circles, and you can see this very clearly from the latest IPCC report, that the 2 are interconnected. In practice, in reality, they are largely addressed in their own domains, in their own silos. Ministries, different departments dealing with it. Within the departments, you have different bureaus dealing with it. It is still looked at in a silo approach. Now, I've talked about biodiversity, but also I mentioned the term ecosystem services. I mean, we all know what ecosystem services are, but still, I give you a very brief ecosystem services are the benefits people obtain from ecosystems. And this graphic is taken from the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, where you can see the grouping of ecosystem services in terms of supporting, provisioning, regulating, and cultural services, and how they lead to human well-being. Without ecosystems, we have no clean water to drink, we have no air to breathe. We need ecosystems, and we need the services they provide. And I would like to give you a very interesting example, which highlights, I mean, everybody knows, or I think most of you who are listening to this know what ecosystem services are and how we benefit from them. But I want to give you a very interesting example, which highlights how important it is that we don't destroy ecosystems, because they may harbor something which will help us in future. We don't know about that yet. Now, we would not have been as successful as we are in our fight against COVID if it wouldn't have been for biodiversity. Because the P in the PCR test is an enzyme from a thermophilic bacterium, which was discovered in hot springs in Yellowstone National Park in the US of A in 1966. Without this enzyme, the PCR test is not possible. So if these hot springs would have been destroyed because of development, tourism, building a bridge, building a thermal power plant, we wouldn't have had the PCR tests. Therefore, destroying biodiversity may actually destroy things which in future prove to be beneficial to human well-being. Now, now to the actual topic I want to talk about. And this is, as you can see, I can find this pointer. Where is it? Here. Laser pointer. I will talk about the Mekong Delta in Vietnam. And we have a situation where development and the unsustainable use of natural resources in the coastal zone of the Mekong Delta are cumulative challenges which are threatening the protection function of the mangrove forest and resulting in erosion on muddy coastlines. That's very important. Now, ecosystem-based adaptation can address this through cost-effective adaptation options, which also provide co-benefits, including biodiversity conservation and human well-being. And just a reminder, ecosystem-based adaptation is also a nature-based solution. We heard about this earlier today, but it's a nature-based solution which focuses on human adaptation, assures livelihood benefits, and is implemented as part of a climate adaptation strategy. And in order to do this, it is required that we have the participatory involvement of local people in an integrated approach, which must be part of a diverse suite of site-specific and appropriate adaptation strategies to avoid past dependencies and maladaptations. Now, it's a slightly complicated sentence, but I have highlighted the 5 key topics. One is what we do must be site-specific, it must be appropriate, it must be part of past dependencies and maladaptation. So I have introduced 2 terms which you might not be very familiar with. Therefore, let me talk a little bit about this, and particularly about adaptive pathways to avoid maladaptation and past dependencies. Now, what is maladaptation? If climate change adaptation actions don't achieve the intended effect and actually increase vulnerability rather than decreasing it, that's called maladaptation. And past dependencies constrain later events or decisions. I have 2 graphics to illustrate this, and the PowerPoint has been shared with you already. Second but last slide, all sources, graphics, pictures, and everything used in this presentation are provided, so you can look it up and study it later, because I don't want to spend too much time on talking about this. But it shows you here the complexity of adaptation, how decisions, these little dots here, change the way things evolve in the future, but it also talks about the past because it's the current time, and the green one here is a past. And there is only a narrow adaptation corridor or adaptation space, and you need to stay within that to avoid maladaptations. Here's another illustration which makes it even more clear, shows in a clearer way, I think, because it puts emphasis on trajectories. What happened in the past? This is a current situation. This is a past. And what is important, we need to look back into the past. We need to understand how things have evolved, developed in the past, to actually be able to look at past dependency, dominant trends, and the risks of maladaptation. Let me use an analogy. If you want to shoot an arrow with a bow, the further back you pull the bowstring, the further the arrow flies. The further back you look into the past, the better you can make decisions into the future, and the further you can make decisions into the future. And your decision-making at this point in time is determined by a lot of variables, including what happened in the past. And then, depending on what you decide, you actually embark on different adaptation pathways. And they must be chosen in such a way that they don't constrain you, that they don't lead to maladaptation. And in this context, it's very important to understand, when looking at climate change adaptation, that there are barriers and limits. I'll give you 2 examples, no, 3 actually. These barriers and limits, they arise from trade-offs in the allocation of resources. What does it mean? When you look at the coastal zone, there is one resource, it's water, but there's, what do you use for aquaculture or fresh water for rice? And here's a picture from the Mekong Delta in Vietnam, where you see a sluice gate here. That's a dive. The shrimp farms, they want during high tide the sluice gate to be open so that they get salt water. The rice farms, they want during high tide the sluice gate to be closed so that they get fresh water from inland. That's a conflict. And it also relates to our topic, groundwater, because if you have salt water reaching inland, you get your groundwater contaminated with salt. Other barriers and limits arise from institutions that constrain adaptation because they are past dependent, because they are resistant to change. For example, development and population growth are higher order policy goals than increasing the, and these goals increasingly necessitate coastal protection and increasing defensive work such as hard infrastructure, and thereby they're reducing the scope for other adaptation strategies. And I added this yesterday, because yesterday there was a dredging. Now, barriers also arise from processes that occur across scales and spatial domains. And this refers to dredging. And to illustrate a slide about sediments. Sediments are part of coastal processes which need to be understood before you can work in the coast. Issues of river discharge, tides, and currents. Now, another picture from the Mekong Delta. And what happens? You have the discharge regime. The water comes off and the water carries sediments with it. These light brown areas, these are all sediments dispersed. Sediments are moved along the coast by longshore currents, and also by tides. And now look at this picture. This is a satellite image which shows the entire Mekong Delta. It's a MODIS sensor which makes suspended sediment in water visible. And what you can see here, these reddish areas, this is actually suspended sediment in the water which goes almost 100 kilometers to the sea from the Mekong Delta. And to make things a little bit more complicated, you also have to look at seasons, because this is a rainy season, this is a dry season. Ultimately, sediments are important. Sediment dynamic needs to be understood. And sediments have influence in the river basin from the catchment area to the coastline, but also beyond the coastline into the sea. So sediments are the problem, the challenge, and the answer. What happens when the sediments go into the sea? The tides bring them back. The tides cause erosion. So you need the sediments for the tides to bring the sediments back to sediment again. Otherwise, you would only have erosion. Longshore currents make it very complicated how these sediments are distributed along the coast. You have a dynamic coastline, you have complex processes. What happens if the sediments don't reach the coast anymore? You have erosion. And if you have too much erosion, you lose land. Therefore, what does dredging achieve? Dredging achieves an insular solution, a solution at the area where you do the dredging. There you have no flooding. But as a result, the flow regime of the river is faster. That means the sediments will be carried at a faster speed to the sea. They will flow further into the ocean, and they will be then sedimented outside the reach of the tide. And they will not come back to contribute to sedimentation at the coast. Therefore, you increase erosion by actually dredging. So something which you do in one place within the river basin has an impact on something which happens out on the sea. And I think it's very important to understand these barriers and limit to climate change adaptation in terms of the spatial scale. And I want to add to this another aspect, which is subsidence. So you have a situation where land sinks, which is very normal, and it is compensated by sediments. But if you take the sediments away, it's not compensated anymore. And so eventually you have subsidence. And if this is then combined with sea level rise due to climate change, then you have a real problem at your coast. Okay, sorry, this was a little detour based on the dredging issue from yesterday. Now I want to come back to the actual topic, which is flood protection along muddy coasts with mangroves. And basically, erosion and destruction of the mangrove belt leads to dike failure, overtopping, and flooding. That's the issue. Here you see a picture, again, from the Mekong Delta. This is a dike. Here are the mangroves. And in this area, you clearly see the whole foreshore has been eroded. And the dike is stabilized with gabions. But because the waves get here, they will go over the dike, and it leads to flooding. Let me explain this in a bit more detail. When you look at coastal protection, the whole of the tidal floods and mangrove forests are an energy conversion system, and they are therefore an effective nature-based system for coastal protection, or in other words, area coastal protection. Now, to illustrate this, that's an ideal situation here. You have a high foreshore, on top you have your mangroves. Now, when waves go across here, a lot of wave energy will be absorbed, and only little wave energy reaches the dike. If you have a low foreshore, if this part here has been eroded, if this part up here has been eroded, then hardly any wave energy will be absorbed, and a lot of wave energy reaches the dike, destroys the dike, it comes to overtopping and flooding. If you want to do something about that, you have to go through a lengthy complicated process which starts, like so many things, and we have heard this before, with data. You need to collect data. And so we used data from field measurements and data which were available. I don't want to go into details, but it's all about waves, currents, and wind, and it uses sometimes very sophisticated instruments like an acoustic Doppler current profiler and so on. I provide a link to a manual where all this is explained in great detail. It uses available data from normal recording stations, and then this data need to be modeled. Numeric modeling need to be carried out, which simulates hydrodynamics and shoreline development, and we used open source software. And then afterwards, we used existing data and data from field measurements to understand the morphodynamic processes and to verify the model. It's quite complex. It's shown here. This is the flowchart for the modeling. And what you can see very nicely, this is land actually. This is a modeling situation in the sea. This is the coastline. And here you have the wave direction and wave height. And you can clearly see the waves go coast parallel, and in the direction depends on the season of the year. Now, in addition to data collection, to numeric modeling, we also did physical modeling. We tested the effectiveness of barriers of breakwaters, both in a waveform and in the field. Here are the results from the field testing, but this is, no, not this way. Look at this video, which shows you how effective bamboo with brushwood bundles is at absorbing wave energy. Also then shown in great detail in the field testing which we did afterwards. The result is we have technical specifications for the barriers, for the bamboo fences. Here are the details. I mean, it's 2 rows of bamboo, 50 centimeters apart, and so on. Diameter 8 centimeters. Embedment depth depends on the sediments, 3 meters, and so on. I don't want to go into details, but ultimately, these bamboo fences, shaped as a T, are used to restore the floodplain which has been eroded. And the restoration of the floodplain is a precondition for mangrove growth, because mangroves will not grow if they are not the appropriate sediments. And the picture here on the right shows you the effect. You see, these are the T fences. There's a gap in here. There's a gap on purpose, and you can see in these segments created, and in these fields created by the T fences, there is calm water, whereas here you see the waves. So they're very effective. So T-shaped permeable bamboo fences placed to minimize the erosion are effective for reducing erosion, stimulating sedimentation, and thereby restoring floodplains. And this recreates conditions for mangrove regeneration. There's a reason why they have to be permeable and why there has to be a gap. Basically, the difference between water and air is water cannot be compressed. As a result, when water meets the it goes through because they're permeable, but not enough. And so the rest of the water pushes at higher velocity through the gap. And this leads to a situation where the sediments distributed within the field. And during ebb tide, the opposite happens. The area drains faster, which increases the sedimentation speed. Therefore, in summary, design, technical specifications, and placements of T-fences to restore floodplains require a sound understanding of site-specific coastal processes, that means winds, waves, and currents, sediment transport, morphodynamics, hydrology, and coastal dynamic. When I talk about spatial the temporal dimension, not only the spatial dimension, because coasts are dynamic. That means if you go to the coast now and make your decision based on what you now make a big mistake, because in 5 years' time, the coast will look completely differently. So it's very important to understand the past, as already addressed earlier on, as part of let's skip this one, that's too much detail. So this was, I know, a bit technical, but it's important to understand this. In addition, there is a manual, and the link is provided later on in the PowerPoint. And there's also a link to a panorama solution, where the solution is described online. It starts with a building block of numeric modeling, and then planning and construction, then monitoring, which is also very important. And afterwards, it's about mangroves. Now, what we have is a lesson, and this is solutions are only feasible within a set of boundary conditions. And to illustrate this, I have actually put 5 boundary conditions into one graphic here. This is the medium grain size, it's the crest height, the steepness of the slope, and here the significant wave height and the mean wave period. And all these 5 parameters need to be measured. And only if the results fall within this blue area can you use bamboo T-fences along muddy coasts, otherwise it will not work. Now this sounds very theoretical, therefore I've tried to show it in a slightly different way. All these boundary conditions are parameters for energy. Energy which comes from waves and currents and wind. And so only if the energy is low can you use T-fences. If the energy gets higher, you need to look for different solutions, appropriate solutions. And so this could be stone rubble mounts. Or if the energy gets very high, you have to use concrete seawalls. Now, let me talk about the results of the work we did in Vietnam. Here you see 4 pictures from it's during high tide. Here you can see the gabions at the dike. And within just over 2 years, sedimentation has the necessary preconditions for natural regeneration of mangroves, no planting. And the species which came back were, of course, Abyssinia, not Rhizophora. A few more details about the timing and so on are given in this slide, which you can look at later. So, in upshot, you have erosion of the foreshore. You use T-fences to bring the foreshore back to its normal condition. After that, mangroves will do the rest. Therefore, the message is, do not plant mangroves. Why do I say this? Mangroves had at least 75 million years to develop. We know this from fossil records. And they have developed unique characteristics to cope with which do not succession of other forest types. Therefore, traditional forestry and silviculture approaches cannot be transferred one-to-one to the coastal zone. Are well adapted, they are resilient, and they generally recover quickly from both minor and major periodic disturbances through natural regeneration without the need for plant. It's the ability of a system to absorb disturbances and return to its previous state. It is driven by the ability to resist disturbance and the ability to recover. And mangroves had about 75 million years, more than 75 million years, to develop this ability. They have done this extremely well, and typhoons are part of coastal processes in the tropics. It is not a disaster, it's part of a natural process. It's a disaster if man comes to it. But as far as mangroves are concerned, that's just part of their environment and has been part of their environment for 75 million years at least. And they can deal with it. They don't need man to deal with it. Maybe somebody knows, when did man publish the first textbook about silviculture? We have no foresters here. It was in 1713. It was in Germany, actually, and it contained, for the first time, the term sustainability, which is called Nachhaltigkeit in German. So, to illustrate this even further, I took a sentence out of a book by Sanger called Mangrove Ecology, Silviculture and Conservation, which is really a very fundamental textbook. And Sanger says, mangrove systems are changeable. They are dynamic. They are unpredictable. They are subject to aperiodic and periodic fluctuations of the extreme kind. And each mangrove community has a history. Reading that history from the telltale signs of today, the artful skill of the silviculturist or restoration ecologist who is likely to succeed. So again, this supports what I said before. We need to look into the past. Now, once the mangroves have regenerated or even planted, but it's unnecessary, what happens next? We must ensure sustainability. And one way to do this is through shared governance. Because the root cause for the problem is the unsustainable use of natural resources and development in the coastal zone. And this root cause must be addressed, not the symptoms. So rehabilitation, natural regeneration or planting efforts will be of very little use if the seedlings and the forests afterwards are not sustainably protected from anthropogenic destruction. And one of the solutions is shared governance or co-management. There is another panorama solution for that with a link. And here is an illustration. You have an eroded coastline, which leads to destruction of the dike and overtopping. You put in T-fences, which leads to a restored foreshore. And then you get your mangroves. But these mangroves should not be planted. You should let nature plant, because nature will plant in a different way. Or if you have to plant, then at least mimic nature, plant like nature plants. Nature plants in a zonation concept, where you have different species at the front and another species in the middle. And the one in the middle is Rhizophora. It's not at the front. At the front, you have Abyssinia and Sonoratia, and there's a reason for that. They have a different root system. They can deal better with the waves there, whereas Rhizophora can deal very well with reducing wave energy in the middle. And to illustrate this again, in village, in 2008, when co-management started, they had 70 hectares of mangrove forests. 6 years later, they had 108 hectares of mangrove. It was planted with conservation, protection, and sustainable use. That's enough. And we've heard this again this morning as well, that nature-based solution or ecosystem-based adaptation, they are cost-effective. And I would like to give you an example for that, again, from the Mekong Delta, same site. There was a study carried out which compared the values of mangrove planting with dike upgrade. And this study based this on the comparison of saved wealth and saved health. And just look at the figures, don't look at the details, because I don't want to explain saved health. You need to read the report for that. The saved wealth index per US dollar invested in mangroves is about 19 times higher than that for dike upgrade. It speaks for itself. And 243 disability adjusted life years over 20 years, whereas the dike upgrade does not deliver any positive health impacts at all. And to conclude, I would like to put the whole thing in the context. And this is an example from the Mekong Delta. It's a decision support tool. It's online. The link is provided. And what you see here are different segments along the coast where the same treatment applies. And this is also marked by this different lines. So each color has a different solution. There is not one solution which fits all. And this system, in addition, provides financing. So decision makers can look at a certain point at their coast, click on it, and they get all the required information, including what it will cost to put in place the appropriate and site-specific solution. So this also highlights the importance of integrated planning and management beyond administrative boundary systems. We're talking about river-based LGUs. And if you want a catchy term for that, EBA and administrative boundaries is an oxymoron. It just doesn't go together. It can be used together as a figure of speech, but it doesn't go together. And there is not one solution which fits all. You need many different appropriate solutions. And these appropriate solutions, I mean, this white line is provincial boundary. The same solution fits here and also in this province up to this blue line. So this is a very nice example which shows the importance of integrated planning and appropriate solutions in a spatial context. But it also shows it in a temporal context, because these are examples of coastal dynamics from 1903, more than 100 years, and accretion and erosion is not necessarily a linear process. It can change over time. You have periods of accretion, you have periods of erosion. Also more relevant for the Philippines, a very short example from Panay. I skip this. In Balaring, planting mangroves using Rhizophora failed. And so you can already, in a situation like this, make decisions without going through the entire process, numeric modeling, putting the appropriate defenses in place. Reading the history from the telltale signs of today can already be used to make decisions. The place is suitable, but it is subject to strong waves and winds. Once you put in place, I mean, you just look at the picture here. All these Avicennia trees, they are pointing to the land, so they are constantly exposed to strong. When you look at, a Google Earth image, you can see the waves here, and these waves they don't go coast parallel. They come from the sea, go straight to the coast, and based on that, you can just make simple decisions. You use permeable groins, almost perpendicular to the shoreline, and coast parallel breakwaters to address this problem. Before go back to where I started with the IPCC report, and I just took 5 sentences out of this report and highlighted a few key terms which really highlights the issue. It's about benefits, it provides provisions, and it contributes to disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation and mitigation. They talk explicitly about ecosystem-based adaptation, about conservation, protection, restoration, reduction of vulnerability, and very importantly, they say afforestation, compound climate-related risks in biodiversity, water, and afforestation, please. And they also mentioned the issue of maladaptation. And now let me summarize the whole thing in just a few bullet points. The use of area, tidal flats and mangroves as a nature-based coastal protection system is very effective and provides co-benefits. Engineering is required in erosion sites. and needs sound understanding of dynamic coastal processes and historic changes, as well as numeric modeling and appropriate specifications and placement. EBA solutions, like T-fences, only work within a specific set of boundary conditions and, sorry, I repeat it again, must be site-specific and appropriate. And traditional forestry and silviculture approaches are not effective in mangrove ecosystem because we have a convolution compared to what happens in forest systems. Restoration, rehabilitation, natural regeneration should not be the only objective. Seedlings from destruction, and the solution to that is shared governance. And finally, EBA should not be, or EBA as such, confined to administrative boundaries, and a decision support tools which looks at bigger areas and includes costing is a good solution to address this. Thank you very much for your patience. It took a bit longer than I wanted to talk, but it's a complex topic. Stop share, sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Klaus. It is indeed a complex subject, but thank you for explaining to us how ecosystem-based approach can address both climate and biodiversity emergencies, basically by understanding and taking into consideration the specific conditions, the barriers and limitations to come up with specific and appropriate solutions. To our participants, if you have questions and comments on the presentation, please post them in the chat box. And we'd appreciate it if you could also identify to whom your question is addressed. Now, to share with us their experience and thoughts on EBA, experience, we'd like to call on the Chief of Coastal and Marine Division of the Biodiversity Management Bureau, Ms. Armida Andres. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me well?
Yes, ma'am, loud and clear po.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon to all the resource persons, panelists, and attendees of this National River Basin Summit. Thank you very much also for the presentation, Dr. Klaus. First of all, we'd like to congratulate the GIZ and each and every one of the stakeholders who contributed to the success of implementing a nature-based solution, or as Dr. Klaus said, ecosystem-based approach, no? If it's people-centered, in the lower Mekong Delta, no? The ones that he used, no? As a backbone of his presentation. His presentation is indeed very innovative, complex, no, because it's full of technical details, but at the same time very informative and comprehensive enough, no, to us to understand what were the benefits in promoting nature-based solutions, such as its cost effectiveness and its ability to reduce maladaptation. We can definitely learn from the experience in the lower Mekong Delta in Vietnam. Our country has been subjected to failed restoration or rehabilitation efforts, but nevertheless, throughout the years, we have learned and adopted key policies that will promote science-driven mangrove rehabilitation initiatives. Most notable is our joint ERDB, or Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau, and the Biodiversity Management Bureau Technical Bulletin number 2017-01, or the guidelines on the enrichment planting of mangroves and beach forests for biodiversity and sea. It aims to consider all factors which affect any physical intervention on mangroves. Basically, we support the solution is not simply planting more mangroves in degraded areas. It provides emphasis on the need for site suitability assessment and restoration of foreshore to ensure the growth as well as the sustainability of the mangrove stream of ecosystem goods and services that our mangroves provide. His presentation has shown us some of the gaps and need that we need to address in order for us to serve our mandate more effectively, such as the techniques and application of various hydrodynamic and physical modeling that he has shown us earlier, which will not only help in determining the most appropriate interventions, but will also help us get the support of the decision makers. The debate is very short, but this will hopefully be replicated in our project sites and integrated. In general, however, what resonated to us is the need to integrate engineering to the restoration efforts, especially in the that there is no one size fits all for the restoration process, and that sometimes all you need is just to protect the mangroves. Ensure protection from disturbance, and they will naturally recover. We have documentation of communities protected from storm surges and flooding brought about by natural mangroves around them. For example, the Sagay Marine Reserve was spared by many strong typhoons because of its mangroves. And just recently, with the Typhoon Odette that hit the Siargao Island protected landscape and seascape, we received reports, initial reports from our regional Caraga, that there are only 9 hectares out of the more than 8,000 hectares of naturally were affected by the Typhoon Odette. Indeed, as mentioned by Dr. Klaus, our mangroves are one of the most resilient ecosystems, and albeit one of the most productive ecosystems that we have, judging by the data that he presented on the value of mangrove on a per hectare basis, on a per year basis. There is also a need to emphasize to get the buy-in or the support of the local stakeholders. He mentioned about shared governance or shared responsibility in any undertaking that supports coastal protection. This was mentioned repeatedly by Dr. Klaus. Indeed, we shall promote shared governance as well as transdisciplinary approaches in addressing flooding issues both in river basin and the coastal areas. We have received guide questions on how to approach this role as a panelist. So we need to link how the presentation is related to the initiatives that we have at the department. So we from the DNR, Biodiversity Management Bureau, is currently implementing the Coastal and Marine Ecosystems Management Program, or the CMEM. It is the flagship program of the department in terms of addressing the drivers and threats to the coastal and marine ecosystems, and resources, which also puts priority on ecosystem-based approaches. The CMEM has several components which directly contribute to integrated ecosystems management and community resilience. One of the marine protected area networks, which scales up the effectiveness and efficiency of individual marine protected areas by linking ecological and socially connected marine protected areas governed by different management bodies. This way, shared resources for the protection of the coastal areas are promoted. We were trying to show you a slide of the CMEMP that captured the different components, but I think we're having problem. But in the interest of time, let me proceed. Another component of CMEMP is the development and recognition of biodiversity-friendly enterprises, as it aims to promote sustainable alternative and sustainable supplemental livelihood to coastal stakeholders in order to reduce the pressure on our country's coastal resources and increase the adaptive capacity of the community to the impacts of climate change. As of the moment, we have already supported a total of 178 people's organizations within the protected areas nationwide, which we plan to expand and improve as years go by. Further, CMEMP also used the Integrated Coastal Management or ICM approach as its framework in addressing land-based threats and challenges in our coastal areas. It practically aims to holistically manage the resources by looking at interconnectivity from the ridge, including the watersheds and rivers, down to the coastal areas, which are the catch basin of the effluents from the above. Currently, our office is focused on mainstreaming such ICM approach needs as we try to get the ownership and commitment from the determined authorities. Overall, I would say that CMEM itself is a direct contribution to the country's efforts and to increase our adaptive capacity to climate change. Several cross-cutting initiatives such as capacity building of various coastal and marine resources management provided to the different stakeholders ensures their engagement and promotes co-management, as mentioned earlier by Dr. Klaas, which was also one of the key factors in the success of the project in Vietnam. Under CMEMP, we have also implemented the social marketing approach in order to promote behavioral change. Hindi na lang po awareness level ang tinatarget natin at this time, which we see as a game changer in terms of improving the status of our coastal and marine resources. It is widely known that managing resources focuses not only in the direct conservation, but its success is primarily attributed to the management of the community. Moreover, to address the river basin and groundwater management, the BMB, together with the Environmental Management Bureau, has also launched the National Plan of Action on Marine Litter, which aims to address marine plastic pollution by mitigate the impacts of these on the coastal and marine ecosystems. By mitigating marine plastic pollution, we are also protecting and improving the health and conditions of our river basins, our rivers, and of course, our coastal and marine ecosystems. Again, our heartfelt appreciation to RBCO and its partner organizer, the GIZ, for inviting us in this forum. We really have much to learn from the implementation of the other projects and your previous projects, and we look forward to future collaborations with you, particularly on nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based adaptation approaches in increasing climate resiliency. Again, that's all, and mabuhay po tayong lahat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Armida Andres. First of all, I would just like to encourage everyone to please visit and explore the virtual mural whiteboard. In the virtual board, you can access the digital program, the different knowledge products, and where you can also post in your comments, your message, and ideas about the summit. You can also try out the different activities there. So again, please, board. So again, thank you, Ma'am Neneng, for your inputs. Moving forward, let me introduce to you our next panelist. He is currently the project advisor demonstration of integrated water resources management guidelines of the World Bank Group. He was the former OIC Assistant Director of the Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau, or ERDB, of the DENR from 2013 to 2017, and former Executive Director of the River Basin Control Office from April 2017 to July 2021. During his time in ERDB, he served as program leader on Water Resources Management Program and the Disaster Risk Management and Climate Change Adaptation Program, vulnerability assessment of watersheds, and led the publication of the manual on vulnerability assessment. Friends, let's welcome Dr. Antonio Daño.
Good afternoon to everyone. I'm happy to see lots of colleagues today and be a part of the participants, for the paper of Dr. Klaus, friend, on ecosystem-based coastal zone. Thank you, Dr. Klaus, for bringing us to the Mekong region, particularly Vietnam, and see examples of their implementation of ecosystem-based adaptation in that the topic presented to us this afternoon is really a complex topic, mixture, needs understanding, and a lot of need some basic information relative into coastal processes and even up to the upland or the watershed areas. But also I would say and agree that indeed the paper of Dr. Klaus is full of message of rethinking what we are doing, what we have done, and the direction that we intend to do. I will not be repeating or mentioning what Ma'am Andres mentioned relative into the different programs, projects, and even some policies currently implemented. Indeed, as we listen to Dr. Klaus, it gives us an opportunity to rethink what we are doing. Again, I would say that the paper, open, very basic, the link of the coastal ecosystem and catchment area. So the presentation enables us to add in the aspect of how to address coastal flooding using nature or utilizing nature. So as a background, it provides us a review of the basic concept of ecosystem-based adaptation, as well as, again, enables us to go through the basic of ecosystem services. Thank you for giving us, reminding us again that background, Dr. Klaus. And it also informs us the relation of biodiversity and our current problem, the COVID-19 pandemic. So indeed, generally, the topic involves understanding the dynamics and processes in coastal area as we implement projects in this area. It simply that the message of the paper is, I quote, that the whole of the tidal flats and mangrove forest are energy conversion system, nature-based system for coastal protection. So to support that message, so the presentation or the paper showed us the application of ecosystem-based approach to restore eroded floodplains through T-shaped bamboo fences as a precondition for the subsequent natural regeneration of mangroves. So the T-fences or the barriers really aims to recreate a condition suitable for the growth of mangroves. And again, this one area, as I've mentioned, that we have to rethink, look at in terms of applications of what current programs, activities being done at this time. So the paper just plant mangrove anytime in degraded sites, but to improve first the condition of the area to make it suitable for natural regeneration or successful reforestation. So it also reminds us to rethink the mangrove program strategy, again reflecting on the basic ecology which are being taught to us in our college days. So the need to address anthropogenic problems or the root cause of coastal degradation was also given emphasis by the paper of Dr. Klaus. Again, the presentation reminds us that in sites where severe erosion has destroyed the mangrove belt, after the wave energy has been reduced by physical barriers. So the paper shows us that this can be achieved with bamboo fences, which reduce sedimentations. So the restoration of the eroded floodplains creates the preconditions for rehabilitation of the degraded mangrove forest. Adaptation as it integrates the use of biodiversity and ecosystem services into an overall strategy to adapt to the adverse impact of climate change. Thank you too for Dr. Klaus for giving us the precaution. Only work within the specific set of boundary conditions and must be site-specific and appropriate. Thank you for the parameters, 5 parameters that you have given and presented them to us. I think I'd like to go into the thoughts that I have relative into the implementations. The traditionally hard infrastructure or the gray infrastructures are used for coastal protection with mostly, I would say, positive local results. And for quite some time now, EBA, nature-based solutions were promoted, but it seems there's a very slow adoption or some barriers relative into the implementations of EBA. So there seems to be hesitancy for coastal protection as alternative to gray infrastructure. So I wish that the paper could have included the barriers that hinders them address together this issue as we have our summit these 2 days. Of nature-based solutions were raised, but at the end it used the traditional infrastructure approach. I think GIG seems that it has something to do with uncertainty about the performance, about the cost, and the limitations of EBA. So of natural ecosystems for protection against flooding and erosions. Hence, there's still focus, most of the time, focus on dredging, problem of flooding. So based on experience, I hope later on Dr. Klaus could elaborate relative into the aspect barriers that hinders IBA implementations and how the current projects, the ecosystem-based adaptations into river basin is trying to address these barriers in order to provide support, no? So as to make EBA a priority projects in our national adaptation planning. So I think this one area where the current E2RB can really work on as they try to see the barriers and try to address this and make this available to our policy makers. So lastly, again, I would say thank you for the presentations, but I'd like to maybe at last to be hope also to be clarified that it mentions the participatory approach in identifying and in the implementations of the EBA projects, as well as there's the use on this chain of vulnerabilities as a guide in project identifications and avoid maladaptation. So that means there's this participatory, there's also this science-based. So I hope there should be an opportunity, this could be elaborated as to how to mix these two approaches. Again, thank you, Dr. Claus, for the very, very interesting topic that you have given to us this afternoon. Thank you and good afternoon to everyone.
Hi, good afternoon. May I call on Penro Amy to open the question and answer?
Thank you.
terms of biodiversity, which we don't know yet. And therefore, I already explained it last time, these don't destroy ecosystems, don't destroy biodiversity, because it may prove at some stage useful for humans, and we don't know about that yet. And I used the example, which I will not repeat in detail now, that the PCR test to cope with COVID is actually based on an enzyme in a bacterium which has been discovered in 1966. And if it would have been destroyed before that, now what I want to talk about is river basins, or our river basins. And you have a nice picture here from Ilo Kilabangan. Destruction of forests and wetlands and the conversion to other forms of land use are, again, cumulative threats which are contributing to flooding in low-lying basins and these effects are actually exacerbated by climate change. Get rid of this pointer. Ecosystem-based adaptation addresses this issue through cost-effective adaptation options and co-benefits, including biodiversity conservation and human well-being. Again, there's a repetition, and again, a repetition that it might specific, it must be a pro-adaptation strategy, and it must avoid past dependencies and maladaptations. The latter two are not. The latter two are something not everybody is familiar with. It has to within the pathways to avoid maladaptation, which is if climate change adaptation action doesn't achieve the intended effect and increases vulnerability rather than decrease, and past decisions constrain later events or decisions. There are two graphics. I skipped the first one. I go back to the second one, although I've explained it already. Just let me just re-emphasize the importance of looking into the past, how things have developed in the past, because this will help us to determine how things will develop in the future, what the different pathways are, and this is also determined by decisions and impacts and risk scenarios which we use to make these decisions on which pathway to embank. Now, I've talked already about barriers and limits to climate change adaptation. Now I give you examples which are specific basin, not specific to the coastal area. Again, we have processes that occur across scales and spatial domains, which can create barriers and limits. Like, for example, upstream users of water, they reduce flows for the maintenance of ecological values of wetlands and the social values they support. While at the same time, local decision makers which seek ways to adapt have little power over the institutions and industries that create demand and influence the management and use of water upstream. So what happens upstream and those who are affected downstream, that's a spatial element which makes adaptation often very difficult. But there are also trade-offs in the allocation of resources. Users that can pay for water, they can adapt. Users that cannot pay or cannot otherwise influence the allocation of water resources face limits to their adaptation. And this is something which really has to be considered when looking at payment for ecosystem services. And as already mentioned for the coast, there are the institutions that constrain adaptation are path dependent. They are resistant to change. And now an example for the water management in the river basin, that water management institutions have evolved to supply tens of thousands of users with water. They have developed over many decades, and this assemblage of rules, norms, and infrastructure is hard to change. So that's a challenge. So back to the actual, after all this introduction, back to the actual flood protection and water provision through EBA measures. Because EBA measures can enhance water availability, improve water quality, and reduce water-related risks. In addition, they generate economic and environmental co-benefits. How is this done? I mentioned the 3 elements of EBA 5 qualifying criteria. 3 says restore, maintain, or improve ecosystem health. And this is the key to everything. Ecosystem health. Now, when we look at forests as an ecosystem, what do they do in a river basin? They regulate water supply, they improve water, and they lower treatment costs. And what else is an ecosystem that contributes to enhanced water availability, quality, and reduces risk? They reduce the energy of streams. They store water. They actually clean the water for wildlife. The groundwater flow also gets stored here, and then we have a slow release of water through the ground and through the rivers, which contributes to reducing disaster risk, but also to the provision of clean water. So, as a summary, basically, we have flood protection through runoff retention by ecosystems, forests and wetlands, and we have, related to our topic again of the day, we have groundwater recharge through both of these ecosystems. Therefore, what needs to be done, as a reminder, the criteria number 3, conservation of existing ecosystems. That's all that needs to be done, such as catchment forests, wetlands, and mangrove forests, and I've spoken about this already, are effective EBA measures. And these EBA measures can be complemented by appropriate wetland and forest rehabilitation measures, ideally using native species. And I put a big but there, and I use another oxymoron for that. The 2 words, EBA and plantation, are an oxymoron. Please never use them together. They just don't belong together, such as good morning, just doesn't exist. Conservation, when I talk about conservation of existing ecosystems, is used in a broad sense of protection, management, and sustainable use. What is bad is the overemphasis on tree planting, which is often done for carbon gain or to meet to adverse impacts on local and on biodiversity. And most importantly, it distracts from the need to protect intact ecosystems. Let me give you 2 examples where this is done, like the conversion of peatlands to tree plantations. Peatlands are perfect ecosystems which are really capable of storing a lot of carbon. Planting mangroves in seagrass beds, another bad example. Also, please remember, single species plantations are crops. They are not a nature-based solution. So, in short, conserve existing ecosystems without any biodiversity trade-offs. And then you achieve flood protection and water provision in a very... What we don't want are island short-term solutions. I mean, this house is facing flooding. So what did the guy do? He built a dike around his house. This is not addressing the issue. It's dealing with a symptom. The same, this man here, or this family here, they put geotubes around their house. So when addressing water in a river basin, we have to look at a spatial scale which goes beyond individual island solutions, and the temporal scale which goes beyond short-term solutions. So what are the most effective pathways for these solutions? In simple words, the primary aim of any EBA strategy should be, first and foremost, maintain the health of remaining ecosystems or forests, i.e. conservation. And second, reduce the rate of ecosystem destruction or ecosystem degradation. If you do this, then you don't need to do anything else. This flowchart here just shows a little bit. You have an objective. You want to, in the end, achieve sustainable management of an ecosystem. If you go the conservation way, it's short and easy. If you go for mangroves through the planting way, you have to do all sorts of things along the way, and it costs a lot of money, and it may never achieve the same level of effectiveness as maintaining the health of remaining ecosystems or reducing the rate of destruction. This is more effective than trying to plant new trees and is less expensive than other approaches such as engineering approaches. If you have to plant, there are situations where it's absolutely necessary, then please remember, just planting is of little use without protection. And there I come back to what I said before in the last presentation, and which was also highlighted by the two panelists, the importance of co-management, participatory involvement of local people, shared governance, because this is an effective pathway to address conservation in the sense of protection, management, and sustainable use. Now, I will give you a few arguments which you can use when somebody challenges you about that. Why is protecting existing forests more effective than reforestation or afforestation? And just as a reminder, these are two completely different things. Reforestation means you put forests again in sites where there has been forest before. Afforestation is you put forest somewhere where there's never been a forest before. Now, I give you an example from the Panay Mountains, and here's it's just a map of the forests in central Panay. Avoiding the destruction of 1 hectare of natural forests reduces CO2 emissions by more than 700 tons. We have measured that in Panay. Now, to sequester the same amount of CO2, again measured in Panay, 1 hectare of enrichment planting or reforestation has to be established at substantial costs and maintained and protected for 90 years. I mean, it's a no-brainer. Just avoid the destruction. Then you don't have to plant, spend a lot of money, protect, and wait for 90 years to get the same effect. There's a publication from 2013. Again, all the links are provided at the end of the presentation, that tree species richness shows positive relationships with multiple ecosystem services. That means, for example, biomass production was about 50 times greater with 5 than with 1 tree species. And again, the short version for that is EBA and single species plantation or crops just doesn't go together. It's an oxymoron. When you use EBA, you please use natural forests. Because afforestation in the wrong place can disrupt an ecosystem or even destroy it. And we don't want any biodiversity trade-offs. There are more recent scientific results to support this. There's an article which has been published in Science recently that tropical forests have the potential to regrow naturally on abundant agricultural fields and pastures. It was published in 2021 and assessed the resilience of 12 forest attributes to recover during secondary succession. So there are two terms in here. One is resilience. I've already defined it during the last presentation, but let me do it again. It's the ability of a system to absorb disturbances and return to its previous state. It is driven by the ability to resist disturbance and the ability to recover after disturbance. And secondary succession occurs on previously vegetated lands when a disturbance removes most of the above-ground vegetation and can proceed at fast rates due to legacy effects of previous forests or previous land use. That means you have already a developed soil, you have seed banks, you have remnant trees, you have resprouting stumps, and so forests will regenerate easily. Now, this study was not only published in a very highly regarded scientific paper in Science, but it covered 77 sites across the tropics from 3 continents, analyzing 2,275 plots. So this is a really representative study. And the result is that tropical forests are highly resilient to low-intensity land use, and after 20 years, forest attributes attain 78% of their outgrowth value. Now, if you let nature do it, after 20 years, you have 78% of the use. If you do it yourself, it takes 90 years to get 100% in Panay. I think nature does it better than we do. So enabling secondary succession is more effective than reforestation. When you protect and manage is more effective than rehabilitation. You may notice that I have used restoration when I was talking about coastal protection. When I was talking about floodplains, I use rehabilitation when I talk about forests, because rehabilitation and restoration is often used synonymously, but they have clearly two very different meanings. And it would help if people would distinguish between these two, because it's a big difference. You have to look at the Latin origin of these words. Rehabilitation comes from habilitare, and re means again. So it means you make something again suitable. You restore the ecosystem functions, and not necessarily by building the exactly system as was called landscape restoration. That means you have to really rebuild exactly the same. That's not possible, because restoration comes from the Latin word restaurare, and it's very easy to remember in art. When you talk about a painting of Michelangelo, you restore it to exactly the same way as it was before. You can't do that at landscape level. Therefore, rehabilitation is often the more appropriate term to use. And now this graphic shows the potential for cost-effective climate change mitigation from nature-based solutions on land. And EBA is a nature-based solution. Now, if you look at the total potential, it is 100%. 40% of the potential is achieved by protection of intact lands. Another 40% is achieved by managing working lands. And only 10% is achieved by, okay, they say restore forest, I say rehabilitate forest, but by basically rehabilitating forests, planting forests. Only 10% of the potential is achieved, whereas 80% is achieved by protection and management. Again, it's a no-brainer. I mean, let's go for protection management, and only if it's really necessary for planting. And now to the real example from the Philippines, in this case, from the Panay Mountains. I'm talking about locally protected areas. They can effectively contribute to forest, wetland, mangrove, and biodiversity protection. And the good news is In the PB sub, it's already mentioned there, effectively increasing protected area covers through local ordinances. And critical habitat, an important role, also refers to OECM. So what is OECM? OECM is other effective area-based conservation measures, which were defined under Aichi Target 11. So there's a provision in the PB sub here in the Philippines to establish local protected areas. And it's also in the ENIPAS, it mentions, these are verbatim texts, other modes of area-based conservation efforts. And when you protect ecosystems through locally established protected areas, then these ecosystem services I talked about before will be provided and risks will be reduced. And integrating critical habitats into forest land use planning is one easy way of doing this. These two are distinct processes, but they sustainable management of forest natural resources. And so when you integrate critical habitat establishment in forest land use planning, you anchor biodiversity conservation mechanisms in forest management. It speeds up the declaration of the critical habitat and also the creation of management plans. And when talking about protected areas and planning, as we have heard before, and also from the panelists and other presentations before, integrated planning, integrated management beyond administrative boundary is essential also for protected areas. And therefore, the reminder, EBA plus administrative boundaries is an oxymoron which should not be used together. Now let's look at the synergies between the FLUP and critical habitat establishment process. These are the two processes with their steps, and these are the synergies between the two. And the key steps are you need a biodiversity assessment and mapping. And here I add a little insert or footnote. One easy way of doing this is use, which is an open source software which uses Android phones for data collection. And this answers, in some ways, one of the questions Dr. Danio has asked. He's not director anymore, sorry, has asked. And this is, can involve people in by actually using ODK. Because with ODK, you can set things up in such a way that local people can go with their own Android phone into the forest, into the wetlands, into the mangroves, and collect data in a very simple way. And then they contribute to the data collection, and also in turn, they will understand better why you collect this data and what is done with this data and how it contributes ultimately to protecting ecosystems for their benefits in a people-centered EBA approach. You need public consultations, a zonation concept, a declaration, a management plan, a monitoring and evaluation system. And again, ODK is a tool to do this and to involve citizens, participation of people in the monitoring and better understanding of the whole process. And ultimately, you have to think about joint biodiversity conservation mechanisms across municipal boundaries because we need integrated approaches. Here is a map of the Panay mountain range, which shows the forest, gray cross-hatched here, and protected areas. And the pink ones are NEPA sites, and the other ones are critical habitats. And you can see that during a project in Panay, a lot of areas were established as critical habitats. And this was based on biodiversity surveys. So the colored dots here represent biodiversity through the 5 the big five of Panay, endangered and endemic species. And the critical habitats have been established for LGUs. The black lines are the LGU boundaries. In adjacent areas, also critical habitats have been established. And the next one would be to establish a critical habitat here and a critical habitat here, there, so that the entire area is connected and it goes beyond trade systems and ultimately with river basins. Now, we have heard several comments about integrated water resource management, and also a very good comment that integrated water resource management created. I will talk a little bit about why do we need to integrate EBA into integrated water resource management. I mean, integrated water resource management, the core water, land, and related resources in order to maximize the resultant economic and social welfare in an equitable manner without compromising the sustainability of vital ecosystems. That's the concept of IWRM. But there are three issues which are missing. IWRM does not go far enough to safeguard human well-being and ecosystem health. It does not systematically include climate management principles, and it does not acknowledge the strengths of healthy ecosystems to increase resilience in watersheds and support water security in the face of climate change. Therefore, it should put more emphasis on promoting the ability and strengths of healthy ecosystems to reduce vulnerabilities. Because water availability in adequate quality is highly dependent on healthy ecosystems and their provisioning functions and services, and healthy ecosystems also reduce water-related risks. Therefore, integrating the concepts of and approaches of EBA and IWRM could support the mainstreaming of climate change adaptation and risk management into integrated water resource management. And also, as we have heard it before in the comments, why not looking also to integrate concept elements of coastal zone management into the overall approach within river basins. And I would like to, I'm almost at the end, so I would like to talk about success factors and challenges. Based on what I have said before, avoid destruction and deforestation. That's a success factor. Conserve existing ecosystems. That's a success factor. Address the root cause. That's essential and a successful factor. And manage and protect. Rehabilitation and planting efforts will be of little use if the seedlings and forests are not sustainably protected from anthropogenic destruction and degradation. I mean, the same applies for the coastal zone. I've mentioned it there already. And I mean, we all know from stories we've heard and stories we have witnessed, sometimes burn down a plantation after they have been given the money for the planting, and wait for the next round of funding so that they can plant again in the same site. It's not the aim. So we must address the root cause. And one of the ways to do it is shared governance or co-management, negotiation, co-management, agreement, and then establishment of a pluralistic governance board. I've shown this slide before, but I think really a key message is that IPCC recognizes the importance of ecosystem-based adaptation, the threat afforestation will actually pose to biodiversity, water security, And this we should always keep in the back of our minds. So in summary, conserve existing ecosystems. Different solutions and their costing should be part of an integrated river basin master plan, which also integrates EBA and IWRM. Biodiversity and climate change need to be addressed in an integrated approach, not in isolated approaches or approaches where one there's a trade-off between one and the other as a single approach. Use of different adaptation pathways to avoid maladaptation and past dependencies that we really analyze and understand what has happened in the past and then add scenario development and look into. We need to consider appropriate spatial and temporal dimensions, no island solutions, no short-term solutions. And we also need to be aware of barriers and limits. And also something which may be a bit critical for some people, but ideally, carbon should not be the main metric of success for EBA projects, because this may ultimate diversity and human rights, and EBA is people-centric. And I would like to close with, please remember, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Klaus. Thank you, Kuya. They're putting up a platform for me because I'm not as tall as Dr. Klaus. So thank you, Kuya, for explaining how EBA can work for flood protection and water provision, basically by conserving our existing ecosystems without biodiversity trade-offs. So at this point, may I please call on the first reactor for this topic, the DENR Assistant Secretary for Policy Planning and Foreign Assisted and Special Projects, and OIC Director in concurrent capacity of the Forest Management Bureau, ASEC Marshall C. Amaro Jr. ASEC Mars?
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator. Is my audio okay?
Yes, sir.
Good, thank you very much. So first of all, let me greet everyone. A pleasant good afternoon, even if we are already on the last part of the program. And also congratulate our previous speaker, Dr. Klaus Schmidt, for coming up with this ecosystems-based adaptation on water provision and flood protection. I guess I could not agree more with the observations and the sharings on the just presented document. So watersheds serve basically the River Basin Summit, namely a vital source of water supply for domestic, public, commercial, industrial, socioeconomic based source of livelihood and assets in maintaining the ecological balance of watershed resources. Watersheds are vital to the country's overall economic progress. Their ecological power processes, sustain irrigation works and water facilities, minimize erosion and improve water yield for the Filipino population. The country of protection and rehabilitation. The country has 2,224 watersheds. 131 are considered critical, supporting national irrigation systems, which have been prioritized by the department. These critical watersheds are threatened by numerous natural events and human-induced environmental problems, such as flooding and landslide, water pollution from point and non-point sources, forest denudation, siltation and sedimentation, drought, and informal settlements and illegal fish pens or cages, among others. We need to act quickly. We need strong governance, proper solid waste management by the and protection. There is an urgent need for integrated watershed management to ensure the various watershed ecosystem services, namely provisioning, response. The Department of Environment and Natural Resources, or DNR, as many of you know, has come up with a program on soil conservation and watershed management, including river basin management and development. Through this approach, and as enshrined in the Philippine Master Plan for Climate Change, is steadfast in promoting sustainable forest management in the country and in the realization of our vision of sustainably managed watersheds and forest ecosystems, providing environmental and economic benefits to society. DNR implements the following programs, projects, and activities that contribute directly to sustainable watershed/forest management. First is the expanded National Greening Program. It aims to rehabilitate degraded forest areas while improving biodiversity, reducing the impacts of climate change, and improving the economic status of communities involved. A total of 1,025,068 hectares out of 2,031,444 hectares, or a little over 50% of the established plantations from 2011 to 2019, are within the 131 priority critical watersheds. Second, the intensified forest protection and anti-illegal logging program, which addresses illegal logging and associated activities that can lead to deforestation. Innovations under this program are the Lawin Forest and Biodiversity Protection System, which integrates science-based and user-friendly assessment and monitoring methods for forest health conditions, and the e-filing and monitoring system to cover the apprehensions or confiscations of undocumented forest products and conveyances by the DNR field offices. The objective of Forest Protection Program is to neutralize or reduce the incidence of illegal activities in identified hotspot municipalities. In 2027, there were 22 hotspot municipalities. These went down to 16 and 14 in 2018 and 2019, but increased again to 19 in 2020 and settled at 18 last year. Also last year, the Lawin system was able to address and respond to almost 3,000 threats, or 89% of the 3,345 threats requiring post-patrol responses. The top 5 observed threats, natural or anthropogenic activities are: first, annual and perennial farming or cultivation, followed by cutting of trees, then garbage, typhoon-related impacts, and landslides or mudslides. Third, soil and water conservation measures. These include the construction of small water impounding systems, or SWIS, or spring development, where intake structures, storage tanks, and pipes or canals distribute water by gravity. These SWIS or spring development projects provide water to establish plantations in the forest lands and nearby communities. The soil and water conservation measures also involve the construction of small water impounding project and small farm reservoir. For erosion control, the department adopts both structural measures and vegetative measures. A total of 501 structures of SWIS were established from 2015 to 2020, with a total water holding capacity of over 44,000 cubic meters. Fourth is the formulation of characterization report cum vulnerability assessment and integrated watershed management plans. These characterize the watershed's biophysical and geographic characteristics and its vulnerabilities, and identify measures to effectively manage the same respectively. As of 2021, out of the 131 priority critical watersheds, 59 or 45% watersheds are supported by water characterization cum vulnerability assessment reports. Of these 59, 28 or almost 50% watersheds have integrated watershed management plans prepared by the regional offices. Fifth, another activity is the establishment of real-time, science-based watershed monitoring instruments. These include the installation of automated weather stations, automated water level stations, and conductivity, temperature, and depth groundwater sensors in the watersheds to provide real-time data on hydrology, meteorology, water level, and groundwater information respectively for analysis and propose actions and recommendations in designing the appropriate watershed management interventions. There are now 48 sets of watershed monitoring instruments installed in the priority watersheds. 6 is the Integrated Natural Resources and Environmental Management Program, or INREM. This is a 7-year program which ended last year and focused on river basin and watershed management, climate change initiatives, biodiversity conservation, among others. Its goal was to address unsustainable management practices in 4 river basins covering 23 sub-watersheds. INREM's major components were river basin and watershed management and investment planning, smallholder and institutional investments in conservation, strengthening river basin watershed management and related governance mechanisms, and project management and provision of support services. INREM was implemented in the Chico River Basin in the Cordillera region, the Wahig-Inabanga River Basin in Region 7 in Bohol, the Upper Bukidnon River Basin in Region 10, and in the Lake Lanao River Basin in the Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao, now BARM. 7th is the Forest Land Management Project, or FMP. FMP is a 10-year JICA-funded project aimed at improving forest land management through collaborative and holistic implementation of comprehensive and sustainable forest land management strategies in 3 critical river basins. Its specific objectives are rehabilitation of degraded forest lands, improvement of forest conservation and socioeconomic conditions of affected communities, contribute to disaster risk mitigation efforts in vulnerable areas, and strengthening forest land management through community-based forest management strategy. The target river basins are the Upper Magat and Cagayan River Basin in the Cordillera and the Cagayan Valley regions, the Upper Pampanga River Basin in Nueva Ecija, and the Halaur River Basin in Iloilo. Lastly is the implementation of Executive Order number 120, series of 2020, or the strengthening of rehabilitation and recovery efforts in typhoon hit areas through the creation of the Build Back Better Task Force chaired by the DNR and co-chaired by DPWH to focus on the post-disaster rehabilitation and recovery phase in typhoon-affected areas, beginning with those hit by typhoons Rolly and Ulysses. One of the key result areas is improved watershed management. This task force has evolved into Build Back Better Task Force 2 as a result of the recent typhoon and the calamity brought about by Typhoon Odette. In December of last year, the department submitted to the Office of the President a draft executive order to institutionalize integrated sustainable watershed management in the country. DNR also issued administrative order number 2021-41, providing guidelines on the creation of watershed management councils. This latest administrative issuance became effective 3 weeks ago. The management and conservation of watersheds is a shared responsibility of all. It involves a thorough understanding of the interactions of ecosystems. We are hopeful that with unwavering dedication, communities and other stakeholders can ensure the ecological integrity of watersheds and river basins. While much had been done, there are still a lot of things left to do. What's important is that the crucial work has begun. Thank you, mabuhay, and God bless.
Thank you very much, ASIC Mars, for the updates and your insights on the different projects, programs, and initiatives of the department on ecosystem conservation. Finally, let's hear from our last panelist. He is an agriculture and biosystems engineer by profession, R&D administrator, and consultant in the fields of agriculture and irrigation engineering and management, water resources, river basin, climate change, and disaster risk management. He is presently a full professor at the College of Engineering and vice president for research and development at the Isabela State University at Echagi, Isabela. At present, he serves as consultant of an ADB project on climate change risk and adaptation, restoration option assessment in Cambodia, Myanmar, and Philippines, and the Mindanao Irrigation Development Project. Without much ado, let us welcome Dr. Orlando Balderrama, who is joining us here in La Breza, Quezon City. So may I invite Dr. Balderrama up here in front. Hello, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to take part in this National River Basin Summit on the celebration of the World Water Week. And of course, thank you very much, Dr. Klaus, for the very useful presentation on water provision. The last one, water provision and flood protection in river basin. But I was also very much impressed with the first presentation in the afternoon. And there are two things that I would like to capture from the presentation of Dr. Klaus. The first one is on the integration of ecosystem-based approach and solutions in the whole continuum of the river basin landscape. First for ecosystem services and maybe in the long term for rehabilitation of our ecosystem in the river basin. The second one, which is actually very much related to what we are doing at Isabela State University and at the Cagayan River Basin, is the use of innovative techniques for science-based policy development, specifically the use of numerical modeling, simulation modeling, and I can still relate to that to those infographics. Maybe we are using the same model, but we are. You have done a lot of good works on sediment transport for and sediment distribution for the coastal areas. We have just done modeling, hydrodynamic modeling for sediment transport in reservoir, particularly in the Magat reservoir, which is actually needs very urgent rehabilitation intervention as of now. And also on the Cagayan River, looking at explanation on the morphological changes in the river, as well as this bank erosion that is happening. And these are very important, especially after the big flood that happens in the Cagayan River, the Cagayan Valley region in 2020 after 6 typhoons happens in the month of November until December of 2020. So we all know that the Philippines is very much endowed and very much gifted with the water resources. But water availability and water security is in fact very much threatened by some major problems, both anthropogenic and both by nature. Water pollution, droughts, flooding, and weak institutional framework to address these problems. And relating to the topic, I think there are 2 major hazards that we have to address very urgently, the problem of drought and flooding. That has also increased damages in recent years due to deteriorating watersheds, climate change, and high economic and population growth. In fact, the country has received the 2nd lowest water productivity index among ASEAN countries. And the other thing is that in 2020, one of our key city in the Cagayan Valley region has become the 2nd most vulnerable city in the world because of flooding and typhoon. One key point also that was mentioned, not only Dr. Klaus, but other speakers and other panelists, is the water governance key issue. This has become a key concern. In fact, there was a study conducted by the Japan Water Agency recently, that was late of last year in 2021, where they interviewed agencies, water agencies like the National Irrigation Administration, Department of Agriculture, DPWH, DNR, and other water-relevant agencies like NEDA. And their study reveals that these agencies, these frontline agencies, operates independently within the scope of their own responsibilities, even if they are clearly aware of the demarcation of responsibilities. And responsibilities are carried out only when individual specific issues arise, and there's a little awareness of sharing and discussing information and issues in a river basin context. I would like to share also some of our programs in the university in relation to our theme during this World Water Week, and also in relation to the topic that was presented not only by Dr. Klaus, but also by other presenters. We have this program called, a new program called Smart Water Infrastructure and Management R&D Center, based at our university, the Isabela State University, in the Cagayan Valley region. This is a DOST accredited nicer water R&D center in the country to support the implementation of IWRM in river basins. Because at present, there's no R&D center that really caters or addresses integrated water resource management problems. Another rationale for this program is there's been a high failure incidence of flood control infrastructures There are also no monitoring of groundwater and surface in the river basin scale, and high annual cost and damages of water-related hazard brought by drought and floods. In fact, one reason why the Cagayan Valley region remains to be underdeveloped is the recurring problems of drought and floods annually. And there's also no strong science-based policies on integrated river basin management. And the outcome of this program is to come up with some smart water resources planning, improve real-time monitoring of water resources, smart flood mitigation and remediation, smart urban water infrastructure system, and improve water productivity and water security. Our motivation of coming up with this program is, of course, the very urgent, intervention that brought by that big flood in 2020. And from our studies, there are indeed daunting challenges affecting our region, the Cagayan Valley region, because of the severely degraded catchment of the basin due to high rainfall, steep slope, landslides, and human activities resulting to high sediment yield in the middle and downstream reaches of the river. And such high sediment inflow resulted in siltation of reservoirs, a graded riverbed, and bank erosion that caused adverse impacts on local people in terms of business disruption and human safety due to flooding. On the other hand, there are only limited soft and hard measures that have been implemented in the catchment, in the reservoir, riverbanks, and coastal reaches. And to address the above problems, a cooperative research program amongst the Philippines, Vietnam, and Japan was established in 2020 in partnership with national and regional agencies, especially the River Basin Control Office and the National Water Resources Board, which aim to develop innovative approaches and techniques in integrated flood, sediment, and water resources management for sustainable development, not only in the Philippines but also in ASEAN River Basin, where we also a member of the Network of Asian River Basin organizations. And presently, the R&D Center is implementing 7 major R&D projects funded by the OST, by NEDA, by DNR. DNR actually is providing some funds to mainstream the implementation of good practices in the river basins. Also, the Office of the Civil Defense and the Smart City, the United Smart Cities in the Cagayan Valley region. So there's one guide question provided by RBCO, like what are the policies, programs to be able to address issues in river basin and groundwater management. I would like to present 3 policy pathways in the context of comprehensive and integrated water resources management and development in the river basin scale. Number 1 is the strengthening of the river basin organization and the sub-organization under the RBOs in the crafting and adoption of its own vision, mission, goals, objectives, scopes, programs, and projects. Of course, we have RBOs in the major river basin, but there's a need for a continuous organization. Also, with these new laws, giving more power and more resources to our local government units. That we have to engage more closely with our individual local government units members, and let's establish active partnership with these LGUs to coordinate, complement, and reinforce the respective trust and aspirations, and contribute to the overall whole of the river basin health, the whole of the river basin approach for health and resilience. And thirdly, to pursue and implement recommendations from various master plans and studies that have been conducted. In the Cagayan River Basin alone, the last one was crafted and approved by the Regional Development Council in 2020 as a result of that big flood that happens during that year. So on that note, I end my talk and also taking this opportunity to invite individual interested partners, if you're interested to work with us, so that we can share more of our experiences and practices in IWRM and for possible collaboration in the near future. Thank you very much. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Balderrama. Now we open the floor to your questions. May I call on Ms. Sherilyn from Tagum to open the floor for questions.
Good afternoon. I'm Sherilyn Vasquez from Region 13. And I will be moderating the open forum all the way from Tagum City. But before we answer the questions, I would like to request Dr. Claus for a quick response to the feedback from our panelists. Sir.
Sorry, your audio. Oh, response from Dr. Klaus.
Okay, that's nice that I have to respond, but I didn't get the question. I'm sorry.
Oh, I think you have to give your response on the reactions of
The reaction to the reaction. Oh, okay, sorry. Every action has a reaction. Yeah, that's physics. No, I think it was. I mean, I can probably say to all four responses that it was very encouraging to hear that there is a really high level of agreement in about what to do and how to do things, and that there is need to improve. The last thing you mentioned just was this collaboration between agencies, that participation, involvement of local people are different solutions. So overall, I think the comments, the reactions, supported and complemented, added to what it was an enriching experience, and I hope that the audience and everybody who is participating in this meeting will have this joint inputs to a common problem which we are all facing.
So we'll start from our comments and questions from our audience. First question would be from Plaga to Dr. Claus. Some clarifications. Based on the context of EBA presented, open and close, emphasis on solutions implemented in urban ecosystems are not an EBA. Are we still on the separation of natural and man-made ecosystems? Thank you.
Yeah, no, there's clearly EBA in the urban context. Because, I mean, the definition of EBA is very clear. Use of biodiversity. And I mean, one very really tangible and very good example is our cold air corridors, where you have green areas within cities, but they're not enough to connect them to each other through widening streets, through planting trees along roads, through waterways, whatever, so that the cold air effects, respiration outside the city in the forests, this cold air then can during the night actually flow into the cities, which normally would just heat up because it's concrete. There is no evapotranspiration, there is no natural cooling, but you can provide natural cooling through ecosystems. And some of them may already exist in the cities, such as parks and riverine areas. But if you add planted areas, if you add nature, if you add biological diversity, and this is a man-made system, then you create an ecosystem. You use biodiversity for the benefit of people as part of a strategy. That's ecosystem-based adaptation. So no, there is no distinction between that in the context of a city. Whereas, of course, in a natural system, it is better that nature is best. Whereas in an urban setting, it's essential to plant. You need to plant trees, and you need to do afforestation in areas where there haven't been trees before. Distinction, but also ecosystem-based adaptation.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Claus. There's another comment from Deborah Lee Lau. Some comments from evaluation of topic 6A, previous presentations from Dr. Claus, has notable innovative rethink their solutions and methodologies. Same goes for current standards and ways of doing things when it comes to mangroves. It is suggested to improvise the traditional forestry and silvicultural approaches are not effective in mangrove ecosystems. Maybe we should look into the concept of assisted natural part of the traditional forestry for a long time now. It is quite similar with EPA.
Can somebody help me with the text? I mean, really, we have this echo here because we have speakers, and I don't have a headphone, so I only got part of the question.
Dr. Klaus, hello. Okay, no,
Thank you.
I think it was just a comment from the evaluation of topic 6A. So the comment, let me just read the comment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Speaker has notable innovative approaches that may mean local experts rethink their solutions and methodologies. Same goes for current standards and ways of doing things when it comes to mangroves. It is suggested to include various challenges and issues to support the claim that traditional forestry and silvicultural approaches are not effective in mangrove ecosystems. Maybe we should look into the concept of assisted natural regeneration, or ANR, which has been part of the traditional forestry for a long time now. It's quite similar with EBA. Thank you. Would you like to comment on that?
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's still on. Yeah, thank you very much. uh, mangroves, my experience with mangroves is as long as there is suitable sediments, that site conditions are suitable, and you keep human destructions away, mangroves will do everything on their own. So yes, you can call it assisted natural regeneration by just providing basically the protection. Then the only limiting factor is, are propagules or seeds nearby? And where given a certain current situation, they're brought somewhere else, the propagules. And then you could even do assisted natural regeneration in the sense of planting. But important is to mimic nature, learn from nature. And nature plants mangroves in a zonation concepts, where the guys with the they're at the front of, at the seaside, the Abyssinia and Sonoratias, and the guys with the prop roots, they're in the middle, and then the other guys at the end. As long as you make sure that this happens, then I think it should be possible to also have limited interventions in terms of active assistance with natural regeneration.
Thank you, sir. Another comments from the ocean. From Chad, Region 10, Ma'am Susan Bixi Arimo Raagas. I agree on both hard engineering approach and vegetative approach to control damage due to siltation of our marine delta. But the main concern here are the appropriate and effective approaches to control the anthropogenic activities of the upstream, midstream, and lower stream in offenders of destructions of our river basins and its environment and its marine life. I think Asik Maro and Dr. Claus can answer this or comment this one.
Yeah, thank you. I hope I got it right. It's like programs or projects that we are implementing in the field. I guess the big question is what would be appropriate for specific cases in terms of them being employed. So because it would definitely start with an assessment of the subject area. So detailed assessment of the watersheds need to be carried out so that the specific would be identified and perhaps employed. As to the issue of the anthropogenic, I guess this provides for the serious challenge because we all know, even if we have already started with this integrated approaches, starting from the ridge to reef, integrated watershed management, integrated social sustainable watershed management, which basically means that we all have to account for everything that is happening from the topmost area on a watershed context up to the areas where water would be drained, and approach it in a holistic, comprehensive, and perhaps participatory manner. So I guess the proposal we have submitted to the Office of the President would open up this initiative to the other players which have been left out, because our concentration are mostly on the forest lands, on the public lands, and those that are covered by the projects of the government. Left out are those areas under government agencies, and with this integrated sustainable watershed management order, if and when passed, definitely everybody would now sit down and talk about what is concerned. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Dr. Balderrama, you want to comment on
So I
that?
think there's no more questions.
I'd like to reinforce
Dr. Pleasant
our
and Dr.
dear
Balderrama, what is your
dear
final
Secretary
message for our audience, sir?
deployment of these various technology techniques. We have a lot of good practices and technologies available for watershed management in the not only in the watersheds but even in the ponds and coastal areas of the river basin. And what we are doing actually, sharing to you some of our practices in the Cagayan River Basin. We have this projecting of bullying practices in the basin. We provide assistance to our stakeholders in terms of spatial information, high resolution maps, where they could and these maps, GIS maps, are delineated into LGU. The most effective way to implement projects is by by political governance or boundaries, because the mayors, for example, the local chief executive will be responsible of putting projects in their respective communities or villages, and with this kind of spatial data or maps, high resolution maps, they can identify where to put these projects. And we also provide some techniques on what projects are appropriate, for high steep slopes in the areas where there are upland farmers, in the areas where there are irrigation water users, and we also develop some criteria on how to prioritize, because money is also a big concern. How to prioritize projects like this. So that's correct. We have to do a very careful assessment, a lot of technical assessments, and technical evaluation, as well as institutional support, so that our be guided using all these research and development products and science-based policies, so that their investment areas of intervention will be more productive and beneficial to the stakeholders and communities. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just let me add two sentences. When Sekamaro mentioned holistic and participatory, and another two terms which are this is development and conservation. A development and conservation approach, because conservation protects, conserves nature, and development provides alternatives for normally destroy nature. So the anthropogenic negative impacts can be addressed through the development approach, which has to go hand in hand in boundaries of across administrative boundaries. And this would be one possible approach to address this issue.
I think that would be all. So thank you, everyone. Please allow me to. Okay. Before that, we'll hear from Asik Mars because he can join us from our closing program. So let's invite him to give his takeaway speech.
Sorry, I didn't get quite the last statements because I guess there was this static.
Yes, Asek Mars. I think they're asking for a takeaway message from you.
Oh.
Before we close this session.
Okay. Thank you very much. Perhaps the executive director has noted that I'll be off in a little while because I am really overwhelmed with the participation, especially from yesterday where we had a lot. I just did not note the Facebook live streaming participants, but on the Zoom, I guess attract the participation of the critical stakeholders as far as watershed or river basin management. This is the first time that yours truly in my capacities as the Assistant Secretary for Policy Planning and Foreign Assistance and Special Projects, as well as concurrent, I was able to monitor ongoing activity here on the Forest Land Management Project and the selection of the topics and the corresponding resource persons and the panelists were with that, let me, on behalf of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, congratulate those who were behind the as an introduction to the World Water Day celebration, particularly that of the River Basin Control Office and the assisting organization, Dr. Claus, ensuring that this one would be really a memorable event for those who were fortunate to devote time, hopefully in the two. My reaction, I guess we have come a long way in terms of really trying to understand this particular basin, and now trying to be able to identify the appropriate measures on how we can really provide for which are all people-centered and with effective governance put in place. I cited the administrative issue which became effective in February, that of the creation of Watershed Management Council. And I personally note with interest the reaction of our Cagayan de Oro champion, the Oro River Basin Management Office, if I am not mistaken, on the reactions on the specific provisions of the guidelines. Of course, it was meant to address those that are those that have operated successfully even without the guidelines or government intervention. I guess it is only proper that we take on those that could and that guidelines as soon as we are able. So I think in the policy development aspect in the government, particularly in the DNR, developments as far as whatever subject matter that we are trying to address, and no less than this watershed management is different. So I guess I can only express my appreciation, my congratulations to everyone who I think would be more awareness and hopefully would have time to share the knowledge, the new learnings, and perhaps the impressions, both good and bad, in the conduct. On behalf of the DNR, the FMB, the RBCO, where we are both involved, particularly with GIZ on the E2RB project. I just wish that we would all be safe so that we can proceed with the real work ahead, considering that there is still a lot to be done. So kudos to everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Asik. So proceed tayo, no? So please allow me to present our resource person, Dr. Claus, and our panelists, Dr. Valderrama. And okay, thank you to our audience. Thank you for your active participation. And please don't forget to answer the session evaluation forms and our virtual are posted in the chat box. Please stay on for our closing program. Now I will be hand over the mic to our NC, Ms. Meg Yando.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Am I audible? Yeah, so we hope you all had a productive event despite the glitches that we have, because as you know, this is a hybrid event and it poses a lot of challenges. But I think we managed okay and everyone got very good takeaways. And now let's acknowledge the present venues. So can I call on the participants from Kabangkalan City? If you can wave. Hello. Kabangkalan. Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me? From Tagum City, please wave, although I can't see you. Anyway, so to give us the synthesis and the closing, we've heard from various experts on groundwater assessments, good practices in river basin management, water security framework, and ecosystem-based adaptation. Now to give us a synthesis, and I'd like to call on Forester Nelson Gorospe, Executive Director of the DNR River Basin Control Office. Dr. Gorospe, the floor is yours. May I call on Director Gorospe?
Good afternoon, everyone. For the past 2 days, we have had a very meaningful and enjoyable summit. So, in summary, I have been tasked to present to you the synthesis during the. Firstly, with the theme groundwater, making the invisible visible, we are reminded of the vital role of groundwater in water and sanitation, agriculture, systems that can drive us towards sustainable development. The management of an unseen vital waters requires a management approach that recognizes the linkages of ecosystems and vital role they play in protecting an ecosystem service. The National Water Resources Board shared that the assessment of groundwater for protection and sustainable use is essential and adapting to the changing environment. Lessons from the Build Back Better Task Force showed us that we need a coordinated mechanism of development measures to ensure that we address the needs of the different sectors in risk reduction and management. Both the Cagayan River basins demonstrated that effective river basin management requires responsible governance from multi-sectoral planning, stakeholder participation, in decision-making. Meanwhile, the USAID Safe Water Project shared the integrated and inclusive water security framework, strategy supply and sanitation and water resources management. Finally, we heard from the last input examples for flood prevention and water provision. We were reminded that climate actions must not lead to further biodiversity loss, and that the diversity and critical and concrete actions to support life and assure healthy communities. For the way forward, we have to pay attention to science and evidence. We have to support and strengthen arrangements in the management of the river basins. We need to recognize the interlinkages of ecosystems and communities. The response fragmented and inclusive. We need to promote nature-based solutions, particularly ecosystems-based adaptation as low-cost, effective responses in address resources. And we need to encourage exchanges of knowledge and experiences. We need to revisit the river basin master plans, specifically on the financing aspect. On policy development, we have to push for the promulgation of the PES policy. We need to harmonize river basin